We have everyone ditching me this morning, is what's going on. Salk is off the next couple of days. Lyle, I believe, is at a wedding. He'll be back tomorrow. Brock Heward will be in at 7 a.m. and Brady Henderson, ESPN Seahawks reporter, will be with us. So we'll be giving you plenty of Seahawks training camp takeaways. We'll also have him breaking down what happened with the Seahawks scrimmage, their football fest that they do every year at Lumen Field. But don't worry, there will be plenty of baseball to get to as well. Jeff Passan is actually going to be joining us today. He had some ESPN meetings to get to tomorrow, so he's getting to us here a day ahead. So we have a lot coming your way. I have Stephanie on the board today. She was training with Lyle all last week. Well, you've been on and off a couple weeks, so this is your first day solo.
Yeah, in and out a couple days. So I am going to do my best today. But as I was just saying to you, it's ladies' morning here. So we're going to do great. Yeah.
Well, that weekend, guys, couldn't have really gone much better for the Mariners. That is about all you can ask for. They take 3 of 4 from the Rangers. They end up moving up in the division because the Astros got swept by the Red Sox, which is a beautiful thing. So they are now 2.5 games back in the division. They are 2 games up in that final wild card spot in the AL, and then the Yankees also got swept by the Marlins. So the Mariners are only a half game back of them for that second wild card spot. You love to see it. And then the Yankees play the Rangers today, so we'll have to keep an eye on how that goes. But yes, I know Salk before he left last week said that that was his favorite lineup that he's seen in recent years. He actually went as far as to say that it might be one of the best Mariners lineups we've seen. That might be a little strong because there were some pretty amazing ones that we hear about quite often from the like the 95 team, 2001. But they stuck with that lineup most of the weekend. We saw a little bit of Dylan Moore, but overall the starting lineup was the same. I think Miles Mastrobuoni was in there at one point. Guys, it's pretty awesome. It looks so much deeper with Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez in there. And then you start to see guys like Julio Rodriguez and JP Crawford. Julio, we already knew was kind of more of a second half player. He's getting going the way that you hoped. JP Crawford was in a bit of a slump. It was getting a little bit difficult to watch, and I'm sure that he was not enjoying it either. But this was an awesome weekend for him with 2 home runs. You just really see what can happen when I think guys like Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor allow those guys some breathing room. They allow someone like JP Crawford, who's struggling, to move down on the lineup and get right. So there's a lot to be excited about right now. One thing that I do want to go over is Julio Rodriguez and that big home run that he hit yesterday, because it was pretty historic.
DeGrom delivers. Swung on, blasted, center field. This is on its way. It is gone! Julio, number 100 in his career. A 2-run home run off Jacob DeGrom. Julio has gone 2020. The first player in baseball history to go 2020, his first 4 seasons. What a moment for Julio Rodriguez.
I know Julio has been a bit polarizing this year. I think there were a lot of people out there that were waiting for this season to kind of, I don't know, it's like they set a deadline that this would be their final decision on whether he was going to be a superstar or not. And whether that's fair or not, there definitely, we've seen a lot of frustration on the text line over his slow start this year. Even though, Salk argued that he's still been amazing defensively and that he was still doing a lot of things to help them win games. I know we had a lot of you that didn't want to hear it. He is now kind of heating up and doing what he does in the second half, but to do something that's never been done in baseball before, 4 2020 seasons to start your career, I do think that maybe we don't give him enough credit because of where the bar was set when he came in, which I'm not sure is fair to him. And he hasn't always had the support in the lineup around him, which is why I'm so excited about where they are now and what they went and did at the trade deadline, because I think he has that now. I think he's in his groove in this later part of the season where we see him usually pull things together. And maybe this will be a turning point for him. But whether it is or not, I think we can all agree, even the people that think that Julio is not going to live up to whatever superstar status you thought he was going to, I think we can all agree that this is good for the Mariners right now. You are trying to make a run at a World Series in an American League where things are wide open. And if you're getting this version of Julio, that can only mean good things. So we should all be excited about that. Stephanie, where do you stand on the Julio polarization?
You know, I think I was definitely somebody before who was saying he wasn't living up to the hype. You signed him on this huge contract before you really knew what he was capable of. The 2020 and 4 seasons is incredible, you have to admit. And I think this is also the first time we're kind of seeing him with a deeper lineup where the pressure isn't what's Julio going to live up to. So it can still be his team, but he has other people around him with a bat. So it gives him a little bit more freedom to, shake his shoulders off and be somebody who can be what we're experiencing now in the second half of the season. And maybe with this lineup, if they can continue it into the next season, who knows? Maybe he can be that first half player that everybody's been looking for.
Yeah, it's really hard because he has been playing for so long. I think we forget that he's only 24 years old. There's still definitely time for more to bloom. I mean, look at what Cal's doing right now in his, age 26 season. But I understand where some of the frustration comes from. But I think right now, all we should be doing is celebrating that we're seeing this Julio and how amazing that could be for this team. Like you mentioned, how deep the lineup is right now. You saw all weekend that Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor just keep getting on base. They're back to hitting home runs now, because that always seems to be when this offense is inconsistent and dries up, is when the home runs dry up. They had at least one in every game in that 4-game series, and they had 3 yesterday. So that is huge. I think you're really happy with where the lineup is at this point, and it kind of makes you wonder, because they did do so well after the trade deadline. And also Caleb Ferguson, the reliever that they brought in at the trade deadline, has been awesome in the few appearances we've seen him in as well. I know Gabe Spire said that he basically hugged him and said, "I'm happy you're here because it's nice to have another lefty helping out." So I think everyone is thrilled with what they did at the trade deadline. But was it enough to put them ahead of this kind of mix of everyone that's in it right now in the American League? The ESPN posted an article yesterday where they had their MLB experts kind of dig into that, and we'll ask Jeff Passan about it later. But so far, Bradford Doolittle and David Schoenfield, who's a Seattle guy, very familiar with the Mariners, they said they're not buying into that the Astros or the Mariners set themselves apart from everyone else at the trade deadline. But the kind of caveat that they had for the Mariners was that it's because that starting rotation hasn't really taken that. Everyone keeps saying, as soon as, with Kirby and Gilbert healthy, as soon as they take that next step in that rotation and kind of look as dominant as they have in the past, that's when they're clear World Series contenders. And they're saying that's kind of what's holding them back from saying, yes, the Mariners separated themselves. So maybe we're not quite there yet, but I think that's still an attainable goal. Kirby and Gilbert were just coming off of their injuries before the All-Star break. And we're not sure if they're going to be able to get a healthy Bryce Miller back in there or not, but that would be an amazing boost. So I think there's still hope that can happen. We have a history to show that starting rotation can step it up when they need to. And I think that we should only be excited about what we saw from this new look lineup this weekend. So a lot to be happy about. The Mariners are 2.5 games behind the Astros and 2 games up in that last wild card spot in the AL race. We're going to get into more of what happened this weekend in Need to Know. That is coming up next. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The M's took 3 of 4 from the Rangers this weekend. J.P. Crawford was the hero on Friday and seemed to break out of his slump. He was 3 for his last 45 at-bats when he stepped to the plate Friday night and did this.
The stretch and the pitch to JP. Swinging a drive. Deep to right field. Going and going. Goodbye, baseball. Walk it off. J.P. Crawford with a walk-off 2-run home run. And the Mariners win it 4-3 over the Rangers. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning. J.P. Crawford with a tour around the bases. Touches third on his way home. The reception for him, his teammates jumping up and down at home plate. The Mariners walk it off. J.P. Crawford with his 8th home run of the season. He's getting bombed by his teammates. Holy smokes.
I love Riz. That was a great call. It was JP's first career walk-off home run, and he was not done knocking them out of the park this weekend, but we'll get to Sunday in a moment. Saturday, the Mariners and Rangers went to extras, and even though Randy Arozarena tied it up with a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 10th after Brash gave up a couple runs in the top of the inning, the M's couldn't hang on. Legumina allowed 3 straight singles to start the 11th, and the offense went 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the inning. So that sealed a 6-4 win for the Rangers. But Sunday, Julio hit his 100th home run to give the Mariners a 3-2 lead in the 3rd, and after Rowdy Tellez tied it up in the 4th, J.P. Crawford hit his 2nd home run of the weekend, a 2-run, 408-foot shot to give the Mariners a 5-3 lead. The Mariners ultimately won it 5-4. Julio becomes the first player in MLB history to have 20 or more stolen bases and 20 or more home runs in each of his first 4 seasons. He spoke about what that meant to him after the game.
I mean, it's awesome. You know, like for a kid of Loma de Cabrera, like that's a very big accomplishment. And you know, I know my family's very happy, and I'm sure they're thinking about all the things that we had to do to be able to get here. And you know, like be able to do it with this team and this organization is definitely awesome. And you know, I'm just excited to see where things are going to go from here.
The Mariners get a much-needed off day today.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Seahawks held their team scrimmage at Lumen Field this Saturday. The score was apparently 31-28, but if you ask Mike McDonald, I'm not so sure that he agreed.
Yeah, we have our own little way to score practice based on, it's a really nerdy way of doing it, actually, off of like expected points and based off of situations. So I think, was it the defense came out on top today? Was it the blue or the green?
It was the left side.
Oh, green ended up coming up top?
Yeah.
Okay.
31-20, yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the drawing board. I think all right, we'll see. Got to talk to Bryant on that one. It's close. That's good. It's good. It means both sides making plays. That's what we want.
I love how he'll freely admit to us that he's still very biased towards wanting the defense to win things. Apparently, there was some question as to whether or not Tyrone Broden Jr. had both feet in on a late touchdown throw from Jalen Milroe to wrap up the day. So I think that's what Mike McDonald was referring to there when he thought his defense had won. But apparently the offense was scored with the 31-28 win there. Something McDonald was very happy about was Zach Charbonnet's performance this camp, with Ken Walker dealing with a sore foot, which apparently he's okay. They said they're just giving him some time, being cautious. Charbonnet had a great day with some big runs and a touchdown. Here's what McDonald had to say about him.
He's just a stud. I mean, he's just everything you want in a person and a football player. That's him. I mean, he's just does it every day. Same person, great spirit, strong as an ox, does everything right. I mean, you just go, what do you want from a football player? Zach Charbonnet,
He has been having a fantastic camp, and he seems just tailor-built for this Clint Kubiak offense. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do. We'll dig into a lot more of that with Brady Henderson later, and we'll also be talking to Seahawks safety Kobe Bryant at 7 a.m. this morning, so make sure you tune in for that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Cowboys star pass rusher Micah Parsons requested a trade on Friday. In a lengthy social media post, he broke down some of the things that have happened. He says he wanted to negotiate early and was willing to sign a deal without waiting to see what other players at his position got. He claims that Jerry Jones took a conversation between the two of them as a negotiation. And when Parsons said, no, my agent needs to be involved in those discussions, the team has chosen not to engage with his agent since. And he also said he has not appreciated some of the shots that Jerry Jones has taken, like referencing him being out injured for some time last year. So things are getting pretty heated there, but Jerry Jones does not seem worried. He was asked by reporters about why he doesn't work more closely with players' agents or why he doesn't reach out to them.
Why would you not talk to the agent? Because you're a must in the conversation. Why would you yourself not talk to the agent?
Because the agent, when we have a problem within the team and a player, I don't ever find the agent. He's nowhere to be found. Okay? Jay-Z said that Micah would make not Micah, but that Dez would make all meetings. Jay-Z and I negotiated the contract. We spent hours negotiating the contract. Jay-Z. And he said anybody in my organization is on time. So my office used to be on the street corner, and I've always been early. So they will be on time. I said, where did I sign? But I'm going to call you. Finally, he quit taking my call.
That's Jerry Jones for you. I doubt they're actually going to end up trading him. I know a lot of people have been saying it'd be nice to have him on the Seahawks, which of course it would be nice to have Micah Parsons, but this just seems to be what the Cowboys do. They'll eventually work this out. But I don't know how Jerry Jones doesn't think that I think he likes the publicity, but I don't know how he doesn't think that treating players like this catches up to you eventually. They have obviously not won anything recently, and taking all these shots at his players that he has through this Micah Parsons situation. Dak Prescott has caught some strays. Des Bryant wasn't happy about that reference to him and Jay-Z negotiating with Jerry Jones. So it's a mess, but it seems to be what Jerry Jones likes. We can talk to Brady Henderson later about whether Micah Parsons could be an option here in Seattle, but I think that's going to be a long shot. That is everything that you need to know. We are going to take a break here and come back and let you hear a little bit of the post-game sound from the Seahawks scrimmage that happened this weekend at Lumen Field. And then coming up at 7 a.m., we're going to have Brady Henderson and Brock Heward taking over, and they will be talking to Kobe Bryant, Seahawks safety. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Do you find yourself searching the medicine cabinet for pills and sprays during allergy season? How about having to buy one more medication when the season hits? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
Summer is here, and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors, expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy-efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues. They took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
All right, great to be back at Lumen. Good to see everybody. Great practice, great show out from the 12s. It was a great atmosphere. Music was bumping. Guys were into it. You know, we've gone the whole week now, so you know they're pretty sore. But great spirits and great practice. So day off tomorrow, and then we'll be back at it on Monday morning.
What'd you like, Mike?
I just think the spirit of our group right now and like the intention of what we're trying to achieve is spot on. It's right where we need it. I mean, we're not perfect by any stretch. A lot of things that that we're chasing right now, and we're kind of done with the install phase. So we were talking about the other day is, hey, now we're circling back and let's focus on getting really good at what we do. But some good situational work. It was great to see the threes there at the end. Go down the field. There was a funky flag that was thrown right there on third down by the ref in charge, I guess. But it was good. They went down the field, executed. We'll see if that was a touchdown at the end of TV, but guys are in a good spot, but much needed and much deserved day off.
This week it really seems like we've seen Torrey Warren take off. It looks like he's fully healthy, getting more snaps. What are you seeing from him now here as we're getting close to midway?
I'm seeing the same thing you guys are. Seems like, a wise man, Steve Smith Sr. once said, rookies need to make a play a day to kind of make a name for themselves, and he's doing that. He's making multiple plays every day. So it's great for the Seahawks, great for him, great competition in the receiver room. So, we're 2 weeks in, but let's keep it rolling.
There was a score there of 31-28. Was that meaningful, or what was?
Yeah, we have our own little way to score practice based on. It's a really nerdy way of doing it, actually, off of like expected points and based off of situations. So, I think the defense came out on top today. Was it the blue or the green?
It was the left side.
Oh, green ended up coming up top.
Yeah.
Okay.
31-20. Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the drawing board. I think all right, we'll see. Got to talk to Bryant on that one. It's close. That's good. It's good. It means both sides making plays. That's what we want.
How are you going to ultimately make the decision at right guard and center? Like, what are the things that are going to ultimately decide those positions?
Well, I think you're looking for chemistry initially, overall consistency, execution. I think it's that simple. I think just who gives us the best chance to consistently move the ball, consistently run the ball, and protect Sam. So I think it's pretty simple.
You've given Jalen Sundell a lot of look at center and right guard with the ones. Like, what have you liked what is it about his game that kind of stands out to you as a part of that mix?
Well, he's really smart, and he's a great athlete. We know that, but he's shown his physicality as well. Like a guy, he's not the biggest lineman of all time, but he can hold his own on some of the power rushes. He's shown the ability to do that. And, the combination of moving people off the ball and being able to hit his targets in the second level have been impressive. He did it last year. He's done it, throughout the whole offseason program. So he can pop around. We're repping a little bit of tackle right now because of our tackle situations, just to keep him warm there. And he doesn't miss a beat.
It didn't look like you missed it. We didn't see a whole lot of Christian Hayes today.
He's just dealing with a little bit of a peck right now, so but he should be okay.
What happened with Chris Stoll?
He's working through his back locked up. Not sure how long it's going to be. He may or may not be ready for the game next week, so we'll have to figure that out.
What's your impression of the rookie class overall?
Well, I think the same things that we were talking about in the spring, the spirit they've had, those habits that they formed throughout the offseason program are paying dividends for them. So the dedication, the work ethic, they've adopted routines. I think the vets are taking a liking to them because how they treat them with respect. They're good guys, but they're also really hard players, doing their jobs. There's a responsibility there. So it's just a great combination of talent, of ability, of character, football character, and they spend a lot of time with one another. The linemen are thick as thieves, as Jim Harbaugh would say, and it's going to be a fun group to track, over this year and years to come.
How's Sam Darnold doing, assimilating everything?
He's doing great. Yeah, he's doing great. You saw command today. We put him in some tough situations, but moved the ball with the ones a good bit, and then saw that drive. We simulated an overtime drive, so moved the ball into position to kick the field goal right there, and either way it came out, the Seahawks were going to win today, so that was good.
How is his leadership showing up in a particular way?
Well, I think the confidence he has with the relationships with the guys on the whole team, that he can just be him, and that's good enough. You saw it with me last year. You're coming in a new situation, kind of figuring out what's the deal, who's who and how it works out. But he's going a lot quicker than I did. But I think there's a respect there with the guys, and they appreciate his work ethic and who he is as a person. And he's a dang good quarterback too. That helps.
This is your second year getting to coach Jarick Young. How have you seen him progress in this offense? He's had a number of touchdowns, scored one today.
Yeah, he's another guy. He keeps making plays every day, so you can't ignore that. I feel the physicality. He's always been a physical guy, especially on special teams, gunner, that sort of thing. But in the run game, we feel him. I feel like he's somehow gotten more flexible. He's done a ton of offseason work. So he's a rocked up guy. He's really strong, but getting in and out of his breaks, sinking his hips, explosive out of breaks. You feel that, and then he's made some really great contested catches, especially in the red zone. So that's been great. I'm happy for him. He deserves the situation that he's put himself in.
AJ Finley got hurt on that touchdown. And do you know any more as to what happened there? So
we're going to get tests, but initial feedback is not positive. So I won't kind of make a declaration yet. But thoughts and prayers are with AJ. That's what we were doing at the end there, just saying a prayer on his behalf, and just what a great person, what a great just young person, full of just great spirit, incredibly smart, just treats everybody with such respect. He's got such a life about him, man. And so it's heartbreaking. These guys, they work so hard. It's just one play. It's such a shame.
Was that his knee, Mike?
Yeah.
How's Ernest Jones doing?
He's doing well. He's working through personal stuff right now, so he's on his way back. But he's a guy that, like we said, we need to support him in this time, and but he's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. But he's battling through a lot of things right now. So, but he'll be good to go. He's coming around.
He posted online this morning, Mike, that his father.
About his dad, yeah.
And have you tried to, or even feel the need to talk to him about something like that?
Yeah, of course. I can't imagine going through that, and it's. But that's why it's so important for us to, have the Moes and the Soups and the Jonathans and the Roys in the building to have support for guys when they need it, because our guys need help. Obviously EJ needs it now, but there's, we got 90 guys on the roster. They're all dealing with stuff, and it's just I can't. It's hard to imagine. So you're trying to be empathetic with them, and again, let's be as supportive as we possibly can. And he's such a beast. The guy is just such a alpha. He's our, probably our top leader on defense. And but it's a tough time. It's a tough time. It's really, really hard. And his family needs him, and they're really far away. So that's a tough balance right now. So it's going to be a process over the next, however, it's just one of these things kind of never goes away. It's this new reality, which is unfortunate.
What have you learned about that aspect of this job? The 90 guys, everybody having something in management?
Yeah, you just realize the gravity of it. as you build relationships with guys, you have a better appreciation for the things that they're bringing to the table. You don't want to call it baggage, but it's the things that are going through their minds and spirits at all times, and that's part of how we decide who to hire people in the building. And as coaches, you're not just hiring expertise, you're hiring the person, and that's really important. It's just like when you draft a player or you trade for a player, because we're all human. It's a human experience. You guys are experiencing, like, from your point of view. Our players are doing the same thing. And nowadays, there's so much crap going on with information and feedback, and everyone makes judgment. And there's money. It's just, which is great. We love this game, and there's attention, and it's the biggest sport in the world. It's all great. This is what we asked for. We're living our dreams, but sometimes it's not easy as it seems. There's stuff that you have to go through.
You talk about the start for game prep week, and it's a bit of a unique first game. Are you going to talk to the team at all about the cheers that might be coming for people on the other sideline, and how to kind of be prepared for that?
No, we're not going to talk about that. I haven't even thought about it. Look, we should be cheering Pete when he gets here. We should be cheering Gino. How could you not? So yeah, we should be cheering those guys. Now, when the ball snaps, we're going to go try to win the game, and we're not going to be playing our starters, but we're going to go compete like heck. I think Pete would appreciate that, and I hope Pete gets a great ovation. He deserves it.
Mike, getting back to some performances by some players, Zach Charbonnet just seems he's been going about this business professionally, all camp so far. What are you seeing from him?
Yeah, he's just a stud. He's just everything you want in a person and a football player. That's him. He's just does it every day. Same person, great spirit, strong as an ox, does everything right. I could, you just go. What do you want from a football player, Zach Charbonnet?
You mentioned the overtime situation, going down and getting a kick. What did you think of Brady stepping in and snapping it down?
Yeah, we slowed the rush down a little bit. We can't afford to lose Brady, but it's one of these things that you have to be ready for these things and go through all these possible scenarios. But Brady's the man; he's ready to go. He practices on his own, and he's awesome.
Is Ken Walker dealing with something?
He's still a little soreness from the sprint with his foot right now, but he's fine. We're just taking care of him right now throughout camp.
Mike, it seems like Jackson Smith and Jigba, it seems like he's taken another stride even with his showing so far.
Yeah.
What have you kind of seen? It seems like he's making big plays downfield just about every practice you have. Like he's made a real leap. What do you see in his game right now?
It's hard to say. It's like this is more than expect. It's like we had a great vision. I think he led the charge on the type of player that he wants to be. He's kind of set his own standard and his goals that he wants to be, an elite receiver in this game and in our league, and I think he's right there. Can run all the cuts, run on the whole route tree, take the top off. He's great after the catch. He's great in the run game. He's playing really decisive right now. He's moving around. He's playing multiple spots. Him and Coop have a great relationship, and let's keep it rolling. Because we're going to need him, and we're going to feature him, and teams know that. But he's doing a great job.
Does it seem like Sam and he are kind of that chemistry really building maybe the last few weeks?
Yeah. Just like we were saying, as we're all kind of spending all this time with one another, getting into form. It matters to them to get it figured out. There's a lot of little conversations that have to happen and reps whittling away until you figure out, you kind of get in that groove. So I think they would tell you they're on our way. We're not where we want to be, but the trajectory is in the right place.
So you drop down and do some push-ups during the one-on-one period?
Yeah, Quez bet me if Mike Moe is going to win. I think it was against Olu. I have to accept the bet.
Who bet you?
Marquez, MVS. And so, you can't turn it down. So 5 push-ups, I lost the bet. It's Mike Moe's fault.
Anything else?
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah, just another great day of training camp. Obviously, this is kind of, going into the first preseason game, the end of training camp. I thought, we've had a really good few weeks, and yeah, it's just awesome to see where the team has come from the beginning of training camp, really the beginning of OTAs to now, and then coming out there today, here at Lumen, just to be able to be in front of the fans, even, with it not being packed, just the noise and the energy that they brought, in that stadium, and it was already so loud in there with, the place was, I think, a quarter full, so it was pretty incredible to see how loud that place can get, even when there's not as many fans as there will be on game day.
The team, what has it grown most?
I think just as a whole, I think it's just execution. I think the defense is doing a great job of communicating with certain motions, and then for us as an offense, just the sheer ability to, when the defense does move around and they do bring different pressures, the stuff that Mike loves to bring, we're executing at a high level and we're communicating through it. We're still making mistakes every now and then, but it's not as much as, in the beginning of OTAs or the beginning of camp.
Sam, you didn't get to throw much to Torrey Horton during the OTAs and minicamp because he was recovering from his injury. He's getting a lot more reps out there with you right now. But what are you seeing from him and where he fits, and as far as some differences he can bring to this receiving core from the rest of your guys?
Yeah, he's shown a lot of great things so far in training camp, and just his curiosity, and the questions that he asks, with, the receivers, to us as quarterbacks, he's very hungry to just learn the game, learn the system, and, he just wants to put his best foot forward for the team, and, that's all you can ask for.
Sam, what stands out to you about Jax now that you've got a chance to get to know him a bit here? Seeing him move on the field, your kind of chemistry building with him. What's the impression he's made?
Yeah, I mean, he's just he's one of a kind. Just the way that he can get in and out of routes, his shiftiness, I think for him, just the way that, like I said, he gets in and out of cuts, his speed. It's really everything. I feel like I described the way that he moves kind of like a hockey player on ice. It feels like sometimes he's just skating out there, the way that he can get in and out of cuts, and that's just how I feel as a quarterback. And even when I throw him the ball, even not being on his team, I always felt like he was one of the best guys, run after the catch in the NFL. So to kind of see it in person, see it every single day during camp has been special.
Sam, what do you like about this offense and the personnel? You just talked about Jackson in particular, but the other pieces you have. What do you like about this offense?
Yeah, I think, we have a lot of good players. We have a lot of good skill players in our offensive line. The way that they're communicating up front with all the different run schemes, with all the different looks, like I said in the beginning, kind of how our defense, mixes different personnels in with, our different personnels can be very challenging to kind of dissect as a center and as an offensive line, kind of who you're targeting in the run game. And they've been doing a great job of, asking questions in the classroom and applying that to practice. So they're doing a great job with all the run game stuff, and then obviously protection. They're making huge strides there as well.
We talk about the offensive line and the communication, all that. How are you seeing them handle that with a couple moving parts as they're competing for spots?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just, up front, I can hear very clearly, even when it's loud at practice, when we got the 12s there, and even today, like I can hear, Olu, Jalen communicating up front, and, the guards and the tackles doing their thing. So it's, it's very comforting as a quarterback when you hear everybody communicating, everybody on the same page before you snap the ball, especially when you're in protection.
Is your responsibilities at the line the same or different than they were last year in the system?
Pretty similar. There's some differences here and there, but very similar.
Mike confirmed that the ones won't be playing in that first preseason game. Can you talk about how vital these types of scrimmages are for the cohesion and the chemistry and everything like that?
Yeah, every rep is incredibly vital for everything. It's, every time you get to go out there and practice, whether the fans are out there or whether it's just us on the practice field getting after it, every single rep matters. And I think the guys in that locker room have a really good understanding of that.
Now that you've been here a little bit, Sam, how's your leadership taken hold, do you think? How can you see it manifest?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to continue to be myself every single day. You know, I'm not going to stray away from that or try to be someone I'm not. So I'm going to lead the way that I do, the way that I lead every single day, and that's just working hard, trying to set an example, and if I need to say anything, I will.
Guys are telling us you have an edge, a little bit of blank. Where does that come from?
I don't know. I think, you know, I think for me, I've always, you know, I take this very seriously. Not that other people don't, but, you know, I'm very serious about kind of everyone being on the same page, especially first year for everybody getting in the same system. Like Clint's new, you know, everybody's new in the system. And so I think it's vital for us to, you know, get on the same page with everything. So I think there needs to be a sense of urgency there. But I think everybody in the locker room on offense feels that way as well. So it's, you know, I don't ever feel like I'm forced to lead, if that makes sense. I feel like we have a really good group of guys that are all on the same page in how we want to do things.
You went against a really good defense last year in Minnesota in practice every day. What's it been like? What are the differences, similarities between that defense and this one?
Yeah, very similar. You know, a lot of talent up front, a lot of talent in the back end. You know, it's talent everywhere you see, and then really good scheme. You know, it's very similar that way. Very similar in a lot of the pressures, a lot of the various fronts that you can bring on second and long and third down. So it makes things very challenging in training camp. But it's always nice to go against that in training camp. And I learned, obviously, the hard way last year going against it. You know, it was very frustrating at times, but you know, when you understand how much it actually helps when you get out there during the season and you're playing, you know, a team that doesn't necessarily do all those things on third down, it makes it a lot easier.
Sam, how much has your perspective changed? Because you hear that you have this edge, but before warm-ups, you kind of, you know, with your group, how much has that perspective balance changed through the years?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I'm going to be myself throughout this entire process. If guys think I have an edge, great. I'm going to, you know, joke around, laugh around with the quarterbacks and everyone else in the locker room when I can. Yeah, but I feel like when you're out there on the field, you know, and the play's called and you got to get the huddle straight and you're trying to get guys, you know, all 11 guys on the same page, you know, you got to have a little something to you. And, you know, that's just what I try to do when I'm out there.
Seems like A.J. Barner makes every contested catch. I'm curious if he reminds you of anybody.
He's definitely one of a kind, just like Jax, especially personality-wise for A.J. So he is one of a kind, and then just the way that he plays. I mean, he's so physical, but at the same time, you know, in that physicality, he's very fluid as well in his movement. So, you know, I feel like he can be a very special player, even more special than he is, and I know he wants to go to great heights in his career, and he's got the right attitude and you know, the right stuff to be able to do that in his career, and I'm just so excited for him to, you know, get a lot of opportunities this year.
Sam, when people in your building talk about Charbonnet, they seem to talk about the professionalism a lot. What does that look like behind the scenes?
Yeah, Sharbs is a very, he keeps to himself, you know, and it's funny, we were talking about him, and, you know, I was like, oh yeah, Sharbs is, you know, he's a quiet dude, but, you know, I've had great conversations with him one-on-one, and then someone was like, oh yeah, but he kind of talks a lot in the huddle. You know, when you're not in there, he's always on the guys, kind of like making sure everyone's locked in and understanding the situation, you know, where we're at in the game, and even in practice. So you always need a guy like that in the huddle, and I think Sharbs is the perfect guy to do that.
All right, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
All right, that was Sam Darnold talking after the Seahawks mock game at Lumen Field on Saturday. We're going to get more notes on what happened there from Brady Henderson, ESPN Seahawks reporter. He's filling in for Salk today. Him and Brock Hewitt are taking over next. We've got Jeff Passan at 8:30 and Seahawks safety Kobe Bryant coming up just a few minutes at 7. So stay tuned. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I'll start with the biggest storyline. I mean, it's Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Sam. When you get into training camp, this is when you really make this thing yours. And I compared it to like religion. Like, you just got to have faith, dog. Like, that's the only way. You can feel it sometimes, depending on what you believe in. You can see it sometimes, but you don't really know. You got to have faith.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro! He threw something out of Star Wars!
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Well, not quite. We got half that combo. We got the Hitman Brady Henderson in on this Monday. Good morning, Brady. How are you from the BMAC, my friend?
Good morning, Brock. Great to talk to you. How's it going?
You as well. It wasn't quite 17 battles in 17 days for you guys, but a little off day for Brady yesterday after the mock game Saturday. Did you get a little time, a little R&R on the boat?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. We had a incident with one of my marina neighbors who they couldn't find their cat, so we went on a cat hunt, if you will, which ended with the cat being found in the boat that it lives in about 90 minutes later.
Well, if it wasn't for the Mariners' maybe biggest series win of the year, if it wasn't for the midst of training camp, I think I'd probably ask you a lot more about that feline chase, but I don't think we've got time to do that.
No, we've got more important things to talk about because Kobe Bryant is in the room right now.
How about that? Mr. Bryant, how are you on this Monday morning, man? Did you enjoy the day off yesterday?
Indeed, I did. I'm good, though. Got some rest. That's all I did, honestly.
You weren't chasing down any cats in a marina like Brady was yesterday?
Oh, not at all.
Well, what was that last week like? You guys go, what was it, 5 days with 4 days in pad, or maybe it was 6 days with 5 days in pads. What was that like?
Yeah, it's definitely challenging on the mental and obviously physically, but you just got to take care of the body and, just get your mind right every day. So.
Come on, Kobe. You grew up. Where was high school for you? Where did you play?
Glenville, Cleveland, Ohio, yes.
You had 2-a-days, 3-a-days in Glenville High School.
Right.
You had 90 degree, 90 humidity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. It was a lot of practice, and my goodness, you had to put pads on for some of them.
Yeah.
But after what you did at Glenville High School, what you did at the University of Cincinnati, you have to remind yourself every once in a while, I know I could do this, because what we used to do in the past was a whole lot more volume than even this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's just definitely waking up and just attacking the day the right way. Just like you said, just knowing what all of that I've been through in high school and college, so definitely challenging for sure.
Kobe, normally what we do here when we ask questions is we prioritize the most important ones. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask probably the least important question that I have, but it's the one I'm most interested in.
Yeah.
So every day we're out there, right, covering practice, and I'm wearing what I wear, shorts and a polo shirt, and I'm usually sweating out there just watching you guys.
For sure.
I look over at you, in 80-degree weather, you're always wearing long sleeves, and you're wearing sweatpants.
Yeah.
Everybody else is, sleeveless and got the shorts on. What's up with the wardrobe?
It's kind of back to, the conversation we just had as far as I'm used to humidity being in Ohio, so the hot weather, and it's kind of almost going back to like Muhammad Ali when he used to train back in the day, like getting yourself in shape. That's just always how I've done it. That's how my dad done it as well too. So that's just kind of how I was raised up to. Just the more clothes, the more you're gonna get yourself in shape.
Those things have to be soaking wet by the end of practice. Right?
Actually, it keeps me cool. Honestly, I don't really sweat that much, so
really
it keeps me cool and I'm loose. So
all right, Brock, please ask a relevant question, if you will.
Well, while the physical may have been a little more demanding at Glenville, as you said a couple times there, the mental here. I mean, this game is so much, this, Kobe, and you've learned this over your years, so much from the neck up. Can you even compare and contrast? Let's take you back to Glenville High School. Let's take you back to defensive install, right? And the number of defenses and what you guys did at the high school level compared to what you do now at this level. Can you compare and contrast those two at all?
Well, yes, it's a big difference, honestly. In high school, you pretty much know what you're getting yourself into, versus now. Obviously, this is year 2 under Coach Mike, and just continuously learning that defense. This is, like I said, this year 2, more confident, just knowing the more responsibilities that we have, and it's exciting, just to have that second year under him.
And this is year 2 for you at safety.
Yeah.
We see some guys, it seems like the transition happens more often where guys go from cornerback to nickelback. Maybe you don't see as much the nickel to safety transition. Obviously, you've done all 3, but tell us about what you like playing about safety and what's the biggest difference between that and nickelback.
Yeah, I love safety, honestly. I feel like it suits me. Of course, I want to always be a corner at heart. That's just what I came into the league playing, but I feel like safety's my home. It just allows me just to play the ball in the air, which something I'm good at, getting the ball. And just something I learned just playing safety is like truly you're the last line of defense. So, the open field tackling, the communication, especially in this defense, is major. So, we're a key part in this defense.
And remind us of the origin story of that. I know your second year, obviously your first 2 years, you were still playing nickel. Is that right? And then your third year, can you remind us how that all started and what the conversation was like and maybe what your initial reaction was to that?
Yeah, so I obviously got drafted playing corner. So me and Tariq were playing corner at the time. And then Coach Pete would just tell me that he wanted me to, learn nickel. And it's so crazy, like during like the combine interviews and everything, they would ask me like, have I ever played nickel or things like that? And I'm just like, no, I never played it. So it was kind of like they were just preparing me mentally I could potentially play nickel when I get to the NFL. So that's just how it was. And then that conversation to, we might be moving you to safety. I was kind of frustrated because I'm like, I just can't find a position for me right now. They couldn't find a position for me. But once I, had conversations with my older brother and guys like Quandre Diggs, it kind of like, took it at ease that, I could play safety. So.
Okay, I'll take this an angle I haven't, I think, with other guys yet, Kobe. And some of this is just your cerebral nature to the game. Yeah. Let's take a little something from every one of your teammates in that secondary. Right, let's say if Kobe Bryant, like when I was growing up, Kobe, like I love John Elway, the power of his arm. I love the flick of the wrist to Dan Marino, right? I watch quarterbacks and would just fall in love with their different strengths. If you could take something from each of your teammates in the secondary, let's start with Reek. If you could take one element of his game, what would it be?
Speed, for sure.
Yeah. How so?
Obviously, he says he's the fastest on the team. I'm gonna let him have that. He's definitely faster than me. I'm not gonna argue with that, but but he's obviously, and then just like his athleticism, he's obviously still learning. He's still scratching the surface. Reek has a high ceiling. We all know that what he's capable of, and just like you said, his speed is it's ridiculous. Just how you could get one step on him, and he can catch up in the blink of an eye. So his speed is ridiculous. So
Spoon,
his effort. And just competitiveness. Obviously, I'm competitive too, but he motivates me. And not too many people I can say that about. Just watching his game each and every day. He brings joy and energy to this defense. It's exciting to be out there with him.
Julian.
I would say the cerebral part as well too.
That was a little harder, right? Because I think from afar, and maybe tell me if I'm wrong or not, and Brady, but from afar, it feels like you two are almost interchangeable.
Yeah.
You both have moved around in your career. He was a corner at Notre Dame, right? He's made the same transition. Yeah. Is there something to maybe your two skill sets are fairly similar?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely can agree with that. We have a lot of similarities. Same mindset. We complement each other well back there. Honestly, it's fun playing with Julian, and just for him to vouch for me last year to get on the field shows a lot about him and his character, and that's my guy. So I'll go to war with him every day. So.
And then lastly, this rookie, what is his name? E-Man Ward.
E-Man, yeah. I would say his size, man. He's a big dude. He's a big dude. And just seeing him, just the plays that he's made, these last couple of weeks, it's been exciting. We would have conversations just to tell him, just play your game, have fun, go out there and compete, and that's what he's been doing. He's been doing a great job.
And I'm interested in following up on what you said about Julian Love kind of vouching for you. Was that before you entered the starting lineup? I think it was that Week 7 game against Atlanta.
Yeah.
You were playing some on defense in certain packages, right? So he was in your corner, kind of going to bat for you.
Yeah. So we would have like little side conversations. He would just be telling me just keep working, and then obviously with the depth chart changed, I went in there. He vouched for me, and the rest is history. So I'm appreciative for that.
One of the big differences that I've noticed between Pete Carroll training camp practice and a Mike McDonald training camp practice is the music isn't quite as loud. There's certain times where it is, but for the most part, it's not playing as loud. And the great part about that for us is we can hear things that happen on the field. We can hear coaches coaching.
Right.
We can also hear Devin Witherspoon being Devin Witherspoon. I just want to ask you more about that. I mean, it seems like he just never stops going. Is he like that behind the scenes in the meeting rooms as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Me and him laugh every day. Honestly, our relationship has grew like a lot. That's my guy. Like me and him talk every day. We laugh. We actually have similarities as well too. There's been times in the game where we're on the same page automatically. Just us looking at each other, we already know what we're thinking, and just the energy. Like I said, the energy, the confidence, the swag he brings to the room was definitely much needed, and he's obviously a great player. So.
Hey, last couple things here, last minute with Kobe Bryant. Appreciate you taking some time here before your Monday starts. If you could just kind of take a look at this offense that you're competing against, it's a little different. A little different than a season ago with Grubb and what he wanted to do. From your optics, from your eyes, how would you define what you're playing against now?
Oh man, they're elite. And I'm not just saying that just because, but Coach Clint, Sam, and those guys, Jax, Coop, K9, they all challenge us each and every day. It's been a challenge just to keep us on our details, keep us disciplined, make the communications, the adjustments that we need to make, and they've been doing a great job, and I'm extremely excited for them.
And last question for me, Kobe. What about your side of the ball? You guys return almost everybody on that side of the ball. You made some, I think, potentially very impactful additions in DeMarcus Lawrence and Eman Worry. You guys ended up the season, I think, in the top 10 in points allowed. What do you feel like in year 2 of this scheme with so many returning players? What do you feel like you guys are capable of?
That's always exciting, just to, and then adding those couple guys in, which I know who will make crazy impacts on the defense. But just it's exciting to, just have this defense year 2. And, we're expecting big things, and I know we will do it.
You got that fall away jumper like Kobe? What's your
I'm just left-handed, so it might look a little different. But
you guys have a lot of lefties.
Yeah.
Spoon is lefty. Your coach is lefty, right?
I'm actually ambidextrous. Like I punt with my left, kick the field goal with my right. I write with my right. It's crazy.
Yeah. If you had to long snap a ball, because your long snapper right now, I think he's dealing with a back injury. So if you had to step in, what hand would you?
I could do that.
I guess you're sort of snapping with.
Too. But I could do it with my left. I would say.
You know why they're so good? Because lefties think in their right mind, Brady. I've said that to you.
You're talking to a
left,
Brock's left.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Kobe, we appreciate you, man. Honestly, taking time out early on a Monday morning before your day gets started. Have fun. I don't think you're going to be playing much on Thursday, but you'll get to see Gino and Pete and the whole crew coming into town, Raider Nation, and we'll look forward to that, man. Appreciate you, Kobe.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Thank
Kobe.
you. Yes, sir.
There he is. There goes Kobe Bryant, as we've done just about every day at training camp, kind of starting the day, Brady, with a great player interview, getting some insights, and I can always see your wheels spinning too. Brady's thinking, okay, what kind of article, what kind of little content can I create out of something like this? I'll pick your brain on that. So much more. What a weekend for the Seattle Mariners as well. It's a special kind of Monday. Brady's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends. I'm just going to make this one super, super personal this morning. If you wake up in pain, right, and Obviously, these football players that we're talking to right now, they are in the midst of it, right, with football and all the bumps and the bruises that come their way, and it's painful, and it affects them. And they spend so much time getting those guys on the field. But I know many of you that hear my voice right now, you wake up in pain as well. Not from sports, not from trauma of a football injury, but from arthritis. And it affects you, and it makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, that's where he's ready for your call. 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain through the years, so don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, yes, including stem cell therapy, a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your body's healing potential. Give my buddy a call, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Man, look at that return of the old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Pacific Power Batteries has been our family-owned and operated business since 1985 when my dad and I started selling batteries business to business to commercial fleets from a 1-ton panel van. Yep, delivering batteries. Since then, with our community's support, we've been able to sell online and open more retail stores selling batteries of all kinds. Today, my wife and son are directly involved in the business. At Pacific Power Batteries, we are proud to serve you, your folks, and your grandparents with batteries for darn near anything. So I want to say thank you for your business.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the first thing you need to know is Brady's sitting down there at the VMAC. What an absolute stud as the Seahawks get back to work. But they, even the NFL, are not the story of this Monday morning. No, the story are your Seattle Mariners. With, at this point of the season, 49 games to go, Brady, that was their biggest series win of the year. Mostly because of what it meant in the wild card race, a 2-game flip there with Texas. Finding a way to win that series, finding a way to continue to step on those guys from Arlington. They have been so dominant this year, something I'll ask Jeff Passan about later. And it really started Friday night with a blast. It started with J.P. Crawford, who had been in the midst of a 3-for-45 slump. 160 at-bats, Brady, was the last time he did something that sounded like this.
The stretch and the pitch to J.P. Swing and drive, deep to right field. Going and going. Goodbye, baseball. Walk it off. J.P. Crawford with a walk-off 2-run home run. And the Mariners win it 4-3 over the Rangers here in the bottom of the 9th inning. J.P. Crawford with a 2 around the bases. Touches third on his way home. The reception for him. His teammates jumping up and down at home plate. The Mariners walk it off. J.P. Crawford with his 8th home run of the season. He's getting bombed by his teammates. Holy smokes.
Yeah, about 41,000 as well. You could hear that electricity. They fall in extra innings on Saturday, meaning that yesterday's game was such a big one. As I said, such a swing in the standings. Also puts you just 2.5 back from Houston. And the big reason for that yesterday was once again the power. Multiple home runs, including this guy doing something never done in Mariner history, never done in baseball. 4 consecutive years beginning the season with 20 stolen bases and 20 bombs. And for Julio, it sounded like this.
DeGrom delivers. Swung on, blasted, center field. This is on its way. It is gone! Julio, number 100 in his career. A 2-run home run off Jacob DeGrom. Julio has gone 2020. The first player in baseball history to go 2020, his first 4 seasons. What a moment for Julio Rodriguez.
How'd all that take you as you were chasing down that cat yesterday?
Pretty cool. And he also had that nice running catch in center field on what looked like sort of an awkward fly ball with, the wall coming up there. It's on a sunny day. Where are you at with Julio, Brock? I mean, I know a lot of the conversation has been about, maybe the numbers haven't quite been what they were earlier in his career, but, he's doing things that are unprecedented. He's obviously playing a heck of center field. Where are you at with him right now?
Well, it's streaky, and you just got to live with that. And it's been so different home and away. Out on the road, he's been unbelievable this year. The defense has never stopped. The speed, they like to say, speed never slumps. It's never slumped on the base pass. It's never slumped out there in center field. He's got a great shot to win a Gold Glove. And, well, now's about the time, Brady. Now's about the time that he heats it up. And if so, this is going to be an even more dangerous Mariners team.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the second thing is all that was going on across the street. The Seahawks, you were there up in that press box watching the mock game. 31-28 offense. Did people see that? Even did Mike McDonald after the scrimmage mock game? Did he see 31-28? Here was the coach on that.
Yeah, we have our own little way to score practice based on, it's a really nerdy way of doing it actually, off of like expected points and based off of situations. So I think, was it the defense came out on top today? Was it the blue or the green?
It was the left side.
Oh, green ended up coming up top?
Yeah.
Okay.
31-20, yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the drawing board. I think all right, we'll see. Got to talk to Bryant on that one. It's close. That's good. It's good. It means both sides making plays. That's what we want.
Yeah, I think the defensive-minded head coach probably wants his side of the ball to come out victorious, but that was, as he was talking about there, what he meant when he said that was a weird way of keeping score is that really was not a mock game or a scrimmage. It really was a practice. I mean, that didn't look a whole lot different than, the practices that we see out here. I mean, under Pete Carroll, they did do more of like a scrimmage format, but this was really, it just kind of looked more like a practice, and there was periods where they worked on individual situations, and they even had the one-on-one pass rush drill that you love so much, Brock. And so it wasn't really a scrimmage, and so I think they had to kind of get creative in terms of how they kept score. But it was, it was a better day for the offense, kind of following up on what they had done in practice the day before.
All right, quickly we'll get to the last one here.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
NFL world just continues to spin, man. It's training camp. Brady, I'm going to let you answer a lot of this in Blue 88 about Micah Parsons, but obviously that was the big story over the weekend, him wanting out of Big Dallas and being very, very vocal about that, tweeting about it. All sorts of images of him over the weekend. Looks like Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin are in a love fest out there in Pittsburgh. And something maybe to really watch closer to home in the NFC West is Matthew Stafford. I know back injuries, and I know when you see a back specialist for the second time, that's not a little something. That's a bigger something, and that would be a really big story for the Seahawks and certainly the NFC West. That is everything you need to know. We're up against a little bit, Brady. Went a little long with Kobe, which is fun to do with these players, to hear their background, to hear their insights. Brady, over the course of today at 8 o'clock, you and I are going to combine for our 10 takeaways of the first 10 days of Seahawks practice. So you put together 5, I put together 5. We'll kind of hammer that out at 8. We'll hammer that out at 9. Jeff Passan had to move around this week a little bit, so he's going to join us at 8:30. Not a better guy to talk to about all things baseball, the weekend that was for the Mariners, what's going on in Seattle, the gap that they're closing with the Astros. In fact, there is so much to talk about and so many numbers to dig into. We'll do just that next with Brady sitting in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Summer, Brady. I think as a Northwest guy, as an O'Day grad guy, as a UW guy, as a Lake Union guy, I think you've gotten to feel, as I have, spending so many decades in the Northwest, that there's just kind of a feel, right? June, while it's summer and the kids get out of school, takes a little while to heat up. There can be some marine layers, although June this year was spectacular. We all know July 4th is the start of summer, really, in the Pacific Northwest, and then July is phenomenal, and then we get to August, and we get to Seafair, and we get to preseason football, and we get to the Mariners, at least the last 5-6 years, Brady, being relevant, being right there in playoff conversations, right there in wild card conversations with some young stars and some familiar names and some pitchers and Julio, and what Kyle's doing certainly this year, they become relevant. But this weekend showed that, and I say this all the time to people, and they don't believe me because the 12s are so prominent, and the Seahawks have done so much over the last 20 years. But, man, growing up and playing football for the Huskies in the 90s and playing football for the Seahawks in the late 90s, early 2000s, man, this was a baseball town. This was a Mariner town. This was Ken Griffey Jr. This town exploded. It filled up the then Safeco Field with 40,000 every night. And this weekend to average 36,000, to have over 40 in there on Friday, 36 on Saturday, a little less yesterday because I think of Seafair and everything going on. But, man, the vibes, not just the Eugenio Suarez, but the vibes of like, oh, okay, here we go. Baseball season and the playoff chase is on. Man, I felt they totally came to life over this weekend.
Yeah, and I agree with what you said about just sort of, the yesteryear of Seattle being a Mariners town. I mean, I lived it, like, growing up and even going back to the Kingdome days. And I'll tell you a little story, like just coming into the stadium on Saturday for the scrimmage, I'm sort of like stopped in traffic down by the stadiums. And, I look over and, half a mile away, there's this big either condo building or apartment complex near the stadiums. And there's this on the top of the building, there's this massive Mariners flag flying. And, 10 years ago, I don't think you see that.
No.
And it's just sort of a sign of the times. And obviously this is, I think the Seahawks, as the NFL is kind of throughout the country, the NFL is king. And I think the Seahawks maybe are still king right now. And, Mariners just with some lean years have a lot to do to knock them off their perch. But it sort of feels like it's coming back a little bit, and I like I said, man, I grew up in this and I was a diehard Mariners fan growing up. And I think being a sports writer kind of takes a little bit of the fan out of you, but it is fun to kind of see some of that, just kind of fever,
just the
building
buzz,
back
right?
up again.
Just the juice and the energy and electricity. And Friday night, my goodness, was so meaningful, was so powerful. Thursday was the big win, right? It left all of us on Friday morning talking about Naylor and Suarez and the best lineup we have seen. I think Salk, very clearly, the best lineup he's seen in 17 years of doing sports radio in Seattle. Like, that is a legitimate lineup now that delivers. But, Friday night was fun. And to be down and to kind of grind and then to have one of your players to just been struggling. And J.P. Crawford, Dan Wilson talked about in cut number 9 here, man, to see J.P. Crawford, who'd been in a swoon. Some of us wondered maybe he's a little bit banged up because this guy is usually the model of some consistency when he gets hot. And been in a struggle, been in a 3 for 45. The power had been gone. And then he delivers the big blast. I love what Dan Wilson, his skipper, had to say about JP and his leadership after that moment.
He's a leader. He is definitely a leader, and that's just an example of why. He sees those moments, he feels those moments, and he's able to go out there and refocus, Mooney in that situation. Awesome job. That's what team leaders do, and that's a huge trip to the mound for us right there to kind of turn things around and again, making that backhand play, being able to get the lead runner there on that play with Garcia, another huge clutch play in the 9th. So just all around JP, what he brings to this ball club, plus the 2-run homer today, like the walk-off the other night, like you just can't, you can't say enough about what he does for this ball club.
This town turned, Brady. I would say this town, turned when Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson and Marshawn Lynch and Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Bobby White, and obviously those are Hall of Famers. But, you didn't know that in 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, right? They needed to kind of to grow and develop together and obviously win big games and get to the playoffs and get to and win a Super Bowl. But this thing turned with star power. And what I think you're seeing now with these Mariners, Brady, and what you're feeling is star power. Young star power. Young, homegrown star power. Like all those names I just referenced, save for Marshawn, who you traded for when he was young, right? Those were all homegrown. Julio is homegrown. Logan is homegrown. This guy behind the home plate is homegrown. Yes, there's some nice veterans now that have been brought in alongside of them and a lot of production and past production. But I think what you're feeling is some of the Griffey, the A-Rod, the Edgar, like these are our homegrown guys. And when homegrown does it, it just feels different. And I think that's kind of some of the vibe you're feeling as well with this ball club.
Yeah, well, speaking of young, we haven't talked about my guy Cole Young. How about 450-plus feet?
Oh, why is he your guy?
Well, because I claimed him.
That's you did?
Because I said he's my guy. Yeah.
When did that happen? Just now?
Just that. Well, yeah. I think when he hit the home
it's
run.
It's 7:38 on this Monday morning. Now you're.
That's right. It has been declared.
Third youngest player going in baseball right now, by the way. Third youngest player doing some damage. Okay. All right. So
where you at with him? And what do you think his potential
Cole looks
is?
like a little O'Day guy. I see where you're coming from. He's a good-looking guy. He's got good hair, good lettuce. He's kind of buff. Yeah, I could see why you're kind of into Cole. I could see that.
Yeah.
Does that fit?
Yeah. I mean, they wouldn't let us have hair that long at O'Day. Now, maybe they've relaxed the hair, the grooming rules, but back in my day, we couldn't do that.
No, he is young. And you know what else is coming? A lot of young stars. In fact, I could have added that to Need to Know over the weekend that both Jurangelo and Colt Emerson get bumped from High A Everett to Double A Arkansas to join Laz Montez and all the other young guns and top 100 prospects and everything else that the Mariners got going down on the farm. All that's awesome. And you're right. Add Cole Young to that list. Add Logan Evans, who delivers yesterday 5 innings and keeps his team in it when they needed him to get through at least 5 with the torch bullpen. So all is good. And yet, this team really does go. As Cal Raleigh goes, the ceiling goes as Julio goes. And, Julio, I don't want to give him short shrift. And you're right. You asked me about him, Brady, because he is a big part of the narrative in town, right? When he struggles, it is just front and center. And everybody's like, what's wrong with Julio? He's so good. He's so talented. He shouldn't be in these kind of slumps. And then when he gets hot, you're like, oh, yeah. Yeah, when this dude gets going, there's few in the game that have ever done what he's capable of doing. In fact, what he did getting to 20 stolen bases and 20 home runs every year for the first 4 to start his career had never been done. And what he did to get to 100 home runs and 100 stolen bases as well, a pretty special error with Bobby Bonds and Darryl Strawberry. Cut number 10, Julio, of course, asked about it yesterday. What does it mean to reach some of these milestones? Here was this young star speaking.
I mean, it's awesome, for a kid of Loma de Cabrera, that's a very big accomplishment, and, I know my family's very happy, and I'm sure they're thinking about all the things that we had to do to be able to get here, be able to do it with this team and this organization is definitely awesome, and, I'm just excited to see where things are going to go from here.
Expectations are a funny thing, Brady, right? He set the bar so high that rookie year, right? I mean, as a 21-year-old, set the bar so high, and then obviously the extension comes thereafter, and he signs and he wants to be a Mariner, and everything is just, you almost got to pinch yourself. Like you can't believe that you've got another Ken Griffey Jr. on your hands. And then, as I said, there's ups and downs. He's a big guy. And there's a lot to his swing, mechanically, timing, and when it's out of rhythm and out of funk and early in the season, there's a lot of frustration. But then when it gets going, man, and then you look at, like in baseball, you look at totality, right? You look at like these numbers when it's all said and done, truly, like he's done something never done before. To begin his career with 4 straight years, never done. And then to get to 100 stolen bases and 100 steals in his first 4 years, only Bobby Bonds and Darryl Strawberry. You're talking about stuff not done in baseball. So when you asked me earlier about him, it is kind of hard because you see such immense talent and you want more, and yet what he is doing is pretty darn historic.
Yeah, and one thing I always kind of go back to is when you're that young and you have that much success early on.
Yes.
That's got to be difficult to sort of deal with at that age when you all of a sudden you become a star sort of like overnight, and now your life changes and you've got people coming after you that you never were in your life, and just the expectations. And I just got to imagine that is probably part of the overall context of kind of his career arc, is that I just think we have to keep in mind that it can't be easy to sustain that. I mean, you're
No.
different because you were a professional athlete, but I just can't imagine being that young and having your life change like that so drastically, and just being able to still have the kind of focus that it takes to bring it every single day. And when you think of it that way, I think, to me, some of the up and down becomes a little more understandable.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think you hear him say his family, and his family is a big part of it. And I think they protect him as much as they possibly can and have done an amazing job of raising him up to handle all of this. Let me also give you some good news over this weekend. You take 3 of 4 from Texas. You're now just 2.5 back of Houston as they get swept in Boston. I mean, you are right there now, and you've got the White Sox coming to town for 3, the Rays coming to town for 3 after that. You're in the midst with an off day today of your longest homestand of the season. So much good. But you know what I really loved about this weekend, Brady? Is listen to a couple of these numbers as I just kind of went through them late last night. You did all of this. You took 3 of 4 from these Rangers while going 5 of 29 with runners in scoring position. And that includes Cal, Gino, and Naylor, kind of your thumpers right in the middle that you're counting on, going 1 for 11. So you did this without your new additions, without obviously your MVP candidate in Cal, without really Naylor and Suarez, doing much. In fact, those 3 over the weekend were a combined 7 for 48 with 19 Ks, just a couple doubles and the 1 home run from Cal on Friday. So you did not get the damage from those guys there at in the middle of your lineup that lead the league in RBIs. You got it from everybody else. You got it from your JPs. You got it from your Julios. You got it from your Cole Youngs. You got a little bit from Randy, and that portends really, really good things. You also did it with your starters averaging just a little over 5 1/3 innings. So it wasn't as if it was an 8-inning punch-out shutout by Logan or by Luis. It kind of took everybody. And that is where, of all of these years, and I may be proven wrong, and baseball is a very funky game to try to predict, but of all of these recent years where this team has kind of been in this spot in August, it has been very relevant. It's been in playoff chases. I can't remember a team this deep. And if you go back to the heyday, Brady, when we were working together in 12 and 13 and 14 in that Seahawk building, in the building talking about the Seahawks, and you were the editor there at Seattle Sports, you know what that Seahawk team was? Deep. Yeah. Like you cut people and they got signed immediately by others if they were not starters. You got in those preseason games and you blew the doors off people because your 1s and 2s were that different. Your depth was just remarkable. And I can't remember a recent Mariner team, at least over this this stretch of doing radio, that has this kind of depth rotationally in the bullpen and certainly throughout their lineup.
Yeah, and that you're not always going to have your A game. Sort of. I like to relate a lot of things to golf because that's the sport I probably know the best. And sometimes you don't drive the ball well, and you got to find a way with your short game and your iron play and your putting. And you're not going to be counting on every part of your game or your team to be clicking on all cylinders every day. And yeah, when something isn't going well, you need other parts of the team to pick you up, and that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, you get in a scramble mode, and it was a little scramble mode. It took a J.P. Crawford bottom of the 9th inning, 2-run blast, his first walk-off home run of his career. It took a little scramble mode to hang on with elite defense yesterday and playmaking by guys up and down that lineup to hang on. But in the end, you take 3 of 4 from Texas. You put yourself right in position to strike now with Houston. And I'll say this lastly before Blue 88. You struck a lot of fear in the American League. What you did at the trade deadline and then coming out of it, winning this series, taking 3 of 4, I don't think there's any question there's maybe no more fear team in the American League than these Seattle Mariners. Let's get to a little Blue 88 and 3 good football questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
A lot of noise out there. Question number 1, Brady. A lot of noise in the old social media exchanges, Twitter, the gram, all over the place about Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons wants out of Big D. He made it very, very clear, more clear than any other star. And Ezekiel Elliott, and Dak Prescott, and those guys have had their struggles getting an extension, a deal done with Jerry. But he made it very, very clear he wants out. Should the Seattle Seahawks want in?
Sure. Should they take a look at it? Yeah. Now, first of all, I'm just going to say this right now. It ain't happening. I don't think. Because, first of all, I don't think Micah Parsons is getting out of Dallas. I think this is kind of the Jerry Jones playbook, such as it is. And I think they just have a tendency, for whatever reason, to make a lot of these high-profile contract situations a lot more difficult than they need to be. And ultimately,
he loves the drama, you think?
He loves the drama. Now, I don't know how that ends up like benefiting their bottom line, like some people say it does. Like somehow, despite all the extra millions he's costing himself by waiting in these negotiations, that somehow they make up for it and just being a part of the conversation. But getting back to Micah Parsons, I don't think he's going to get out. And frankly, even if he did, I just don't know if the Seahawks would view him as the kind of guy that they want to bring into their locker room. And that's to say nothing of the kind of player he is, because he might be the best defensive player in football. 52.5 sacks over 4 seasons. You just don't see that very often. I mean, a complete one-man game wrecker. So certainly any team in the NFL, especially a team that like the Seahawks that needs some help on the edge right now, absolutely could use him. But when you factor in the astronomical cost it would take to get him, and the fact that, look, this team really at this stage of their sort of life cycle of their roster building process, like, I don't really think that they are all that interested in taking on guys that have proven that they come with a lot of baggage and that they would be headaches. I think they are very headache averse right now. And there's a whole fascinating conversation to be had about what kind of, I think, maybe cap you might put on your team ceiling when you start opting for guys that are maybe not quite as talented as some guys, but wouldn't bring the headaches that those guys would, which I think is kind of the mode that they've been in right now. And certainly there's something to be said about having a cohesive team that's all bought in and working together. I think that's what really they are interested in right now. I don't think they want to deal with drama. And when you factor in the astronomical cost that it would take to not only pry him away from Dallas, but then pay him on a $40+ million extension, I just don't think that's something that they really want to get into.
Noisy. Yeah, a lot of noise. A lot of noise comes with Mr. Micah Parsons. All right, you're going to fire question 2 at me.
That's right. Brock, question number 2. I saw your son Titus out at training camp the other day. And real quickly, before I ask the question, I've just got to tell you, I know that Titus is your son. It's very easy to tell, not just because he's massive and he looks like you, but because when you shake his hand, he looks at you in the eye, and he says, "Nice to meet you," and he's very intentional about that. So I just want to compliment you on that. But back to the question, what was Titus's biggest takeaway from being at Seahawks training camp?
Yeah, it's just pretty cool because the system that he's learning here, it's a really hard system at the high school level. It's a lot. Coach is throwing, 20-year college coach is throwing a lot of offense at these boys, but we do a fair amount of inside zone and outside zone. So just kind of watching the offense, like, oh, okay, that's that play. We run that play. And so that was kind of fun. But the number of times, and the biggest takeaway, and this plays back to the start of our show today with Kobe Bryant, is he was trying to figure out coverage, right? Like quarterbacks should do. Like when you're out of practice watching it, like, man, what was that? Was that quarters? Was that cover 3? Was that man? What? And the number of times, Brady, you said to me during practice, and then even afterwards, like, how do they do that in the NFL? Like, I didn't even know what coverages they were running because they were that disguised. They were that complex. They do that many things within the structure of that defense. They make it, Brady, look like one thing, and then at the snap, yeah, it looks like quarters coverage, and at the snap, they rotate and then they move. And on one side, they play one thing, and on the other side, they play another. And they're reacting to the formations and the personnel groupings. And as what did Kobe Bryant say, my mentals? Yeah, man, your mentals have to be on point when you're playing against it, and your mentals have to be on point when you're playing for Mike McDonald, because there is a whole lot of volume, especially in the coverage that they do on the back end of this defense. Question number 3. It's here. I'm looking at my calendar, Brady, right here. Lots of notes, lots of scribbles. But I am seeing, let's see, I'm going to have to put my Ebenezer's on because the font's a little small. I'm seeing today practice 9:45 a.m. That's why you're there early. Tomorrow we got a public practice at 1. Wednesday, once again, we're back to this early 9:45. A little bit more of probably a walkthrough because Thursday night, the Raiders, Tom Brady, Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, Ashton Genty, Max Crosby, the Raiders come to town. Thursday night for preseason game number 1. We know Pete likes to play his starters. He did, very physically in their mock game over the weekend. Looks like they lost one of their safeties, Lonnie Johnson, to a broken leg with it. But he don't care. He plays his guys. Is Mike McDonald going to match starter for starter with Pete Carroll Thursday night?
Well, first of all, Brock, no one rocks a pair of Ebenezer's like you. I got to say that. But to answer your question, no. And McDonald really volunteered that with us after the practice on Saturday. Yeah, and you remember when Pete Carroll, not only would he a lot of times play his starters, but he would leave it a mystery. Like when we would ask him the day before the preseason game, he a lot of times wouldn't tell us. And I think he wanted guys to get ready to play as if they were playing, and he didn't want them. He didn't
you
want
to hear that
public,
cut, by the way? Of course,
yeah, let's hear it.
the Sound Hound, she's got everything. Cut number 5. She digs into all this. You saw the email last night with 1,112 cuts, including this one, cut number 5, about Pete and Gino and the crew coming to town, and as you said, volunteering this tidbit.
No, we're not going to talk about that. I mean, I haven't even thought about it. Look, we should be cheering Pete when he gets here. We should be cheering Gino. How could you not? So, yeah, we should be cheering those guys. Now, when the ball snaps, I mean, we're going to go try to win the game, and we're not going to be playing our starters. But we're going to go compete like heck. I think Pete would appreciate that, and I hope Pete gets a great ovation. He deserves it.
Not playing our starters.
Not going to play the starters. Yeah, and I think that I relate that back to Charles Cross and why he had the surgery when he did. He realized he wasn't going to play in the preseason, and so you're missing those practices, but he wasn't going to play in the preseason anyways, and that was part of the thinking behind him getting the finger surgery when he did.
Some of the calculus, they like to say.
That's right.
In the decision-making process. All right, well, that is a little Blue 88. This is going to be kind of fun. We're going to get a ton of baseball. Cannot think of a better guest. Every Tuesday during the season, Brady, Jeff Passan joins us, but he's got an obligation, I think a seminar or something tomorrow. So he's going to do it today. And last night, man, just thinking through questions, I have so much good stuff to get to with Jeff. Because as I said, man, this Mariners team, just the vibe, the energy, the fear that they're creating in others, it's just sky high. And can't wait to dig into that with him at 8:30. But before we do, you've been out at every one of these practices. I got my eyes on these guys finally. It was great to see. We're going to go through the 10 takeaways of the first 10 practices of camp. We'll alternate. We'll go between them. We'll build up to number 1, the most important. We'll tackle half of those next as Brady's in for Salk right here on Brock Salk on Seattle Sports.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, if I could get an interception, man.
How many did you have in your career?
3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
25 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, a little scramble mode here early in the week. I liked how you used your golf analogy, Brady, earlier. Little scramble.
It always goes back to golf with me.
Gosh. Have you gotten to play Gamble Sands yet?
No, I really would love to.
You got to get over there. You have got to go play that. I played it last week. They got their new 18 holes as well, par 3. You like your little men's getaways, your boys' trips, playing golf. You got to. I mean, that's just a have to. You have got to get over there. We had, oh my gosh, so much fun. But we got way too much to do to talk about golf on this Monday morning. Salk will be back in Wednesday. Brady in tomorrow. I understand that Lyle will be back in the house tomorrow. And trust me, come Wednesday, it is Macho Quattro time. I think from here until the Super Bowl. I don't think any of us have any vacation until maybe Christmas. So we will all be back in the fold. But instead, Brady is doing an awesome job scrambling around. Steph is awesome on the board, filling in as well. Maura, the sound hound, couldn't be better. So I promised 10 takeaways in 10 days of practice. Why don't we jump aboard that train with number 10?
Takeaways.
Brady, I don't know if you caught much of Mike McDonald with us on Friday.
The whole thing.
But it was my first time I had ever heard a coach on the record talked about being coached himself. This was really cool. This was Mike McDonald kind of letting us into where he is in year two, what a growth mindset means to him in this organization as well. Here was Mike talking about, even he gets refined and that eye in the sky don't lie.
Yeah, so, we tape it and we get a summary of it and get criticized and areas of improvement and what you did well. And,
the kicker?
Yeah, Hausch, man.
I didn't know that was happening. Did you?
No.
I didn't know Hauschka was here doing that. That's kind of cool.
I mean, they're not here. He's at his house, but they're going to come
Tremendous
back and forth, and they
player.
work with folks in the building and work with me.
That's cool. So it's almost like watching film on yourself and in your role as a leader and communicator.
Right now, I don't have the guts to watch it, so I do like the transcript of it.
That is so cool. That creates so much goodwill, Brady. The more that I've thought about this, and I thought about it all weekend long since he did that, I had a number of coaches that would never do that. I had some that probably would have loved a consulting service like that. And it's Gervais and Hauschka go about it. And what that says to the team, like, hey, man, we're coaching you up, but we're all in this together. Yeah, there's constructive feedback, but we're all in this together. And, in fact, I'm getting the same. I'm getting coached up. I'm getting constructive feedback, as is John, as are others in the organization, so that we all have this growth mindset together. Man, I love that. I could do a whole segment, I think, on what that means, but that's my first little takeaway here of camp. I love that he, too, is being willing to being coached. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, when I heard that, I thought, I don't know who these coaches are, but I'm guessing there's not 32. I'm guessing that not all 32 coaches would be willing to do that. I think a lot of those guys would be like, no, I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. I'm just going to focus on, getting through the day and all the things that they have to do. I mean, it is, and it doesn't sound like it's something that he totally loves doing. I mean, he said, I don't have the guts to watch it. Like, it doesn't sound like he loves doing it, but at the end of the day, he realizes that that's a way to get better. He talks about chasing edges.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
All right, number 9.
Number 9, Brock. You want to talk some offensive line?
Oh, do I?
You want to talk Abe Lucas? Guess who looks really good to my eye, to my untrained eye? But I think Ray Roberts, a very trained eye, would tell you the same thing. Abe Lucas looks really good, man, and there is not a more important player on that offensive line. I don't think there's a player, who would swing, who has the ability to swing the fortunes of that offensive line more than Abe Lucas, just because the injury history has been what it's been, and he hasn't been the last couple seasons. He hasn't been 2022 Abe Lucas, who was dominant, who was pancaking players, who was setting the tone. I think in spurts he's been that, but he just hasn't been able to be there consistently. Well, guess what? Abe Lucas has been at every single practice. You see other guys getting veteran days. Abe Lucas hasn't taken a veteran day. Haven't seen him come up limp once. He's just been every play, every day, looking a lot more like Abe Lucas. And obviously, they're not playing anybody. They're not, going completely full speed. And we'll see what that looks like if and when he plays at all in the preseason, which he might not, but so far he looks like Abe Lucas. And again, I don't know if there's a more important kind of swing factor player on that offensive line. I think the scheme is going to help them out. I think running the ball is going to help them out. Gray Zabel is going to help them out. But if Abe Lucas could get back to what he's capable, the kind of football he's capable of playing, and to do it consistently, I think that could have a bigger impact on that offensive line than anything else.
Well, he told us in cut number 14, a big part of that, Brady, is that just to your eye, he looks great. To his own body, he feels really good. Here was Abe with us last week.
Way better. I mean, it's pretty night and day. I'm out practicing this year, which is
great. It's a stark contrast from last year. But no, I feel good. I feel ready to go. Just going to stay on top of things as much as I can and move forward.
Yeah, he looks good. He's playing good. DeMarcus Lawrence is also sharpening him up, I think, in big ways and playing at a high level. We're going to have to speed through these, Brady. I'm talking way too much. Here we go to takeaway number 8.
Takeaways.
You said I like O-line? I like O-line, and I really like it when Ray Roberts' eyes see what my eyes see. You talk about Abe individually, collectively. To my eye, this looks like the most athletic group, as a group, that I've seen here in maybe forever, quite honestly. I mean, they've had individuals like Dwayne Brown and great athletes, but collectively, this group is fit. This group is moving. And Big Ray Roberts, cut number 15, when he was out at camp, he saw the same things my white-set eyes saw.
The first thing I saw was that just the body composition just looked different. Like, some of the young guys last year still kind of had like the college body. Like, your big, strong dudes, but they didn't seem formed. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And like even Bradford, like his body has changed a little bit. He looks a little tighter and firmer and more muscular and things. And so that was like one of the first things I noticed is that they just look more athletic, even though they're not big, huge bruising dudes. But for this offense, that's not exactly the strength of the offense. And so they have guys that are mobile, that can move and play with power and strength.
If you can't move, you can't be a part of this thing. I'll keep it that simple. If you can't stay on your feet, if you can't move people, you won't be a Seattle Seahawk. And I think they've got a bunch of those spots solidified. Right guard is still in question. Olu is having a tremendous camp through these 10 days as well. But movement, a big, big part of it. All right, 10-9-8, down to number 7.
And one more point I'll make there quickly, Brock. What does that athleticism look like if Jalen Sundell ends up winning one of those starting jobs? Because he's a better athlete than Olu and Anthony Bradford, who he's competing with at those spots. Number 7, they need another edge guy. And I already told you, I don't think it's going to be Micah Parsons, but they need another guy on the edge. You like what you've got in the trio of DeMarcus Lawrence, Boye Mafe, and Derek Hall. There's been kind of this cool kind of buddy storyline between Derek Hall and DeMarcus Lawrence. The veteran, 11th year veteran, and the 3rd year player kind of seem like kindred spirits in some ways with their mentality and the way that they play. And you like that duo, you like that trio, but you need another guy just because we heard from the jump, from the start of training camp, Mike McDonald saying that it doesn't look like Uchenna Nwosu is all that close to coming back, and it really sounds like he may not be ready by the start of the season, whether that's a PUP situation or whether you keep him on the roster, hoping that he can come back before that 4th game. But the bottom line is, with Nwosu's situation being what it is, need another guy there to be kind of that 4th outside linebacker. And whether that's Jadeveon Clowney, a guy who I think you've mentioned, maybe there's somebody else out there, but whoever it is, you need another guy. And again, I don't think it's going to be Micah Parsons.
Awesome. All right, final one here in this batch of 5.
Takeaways.
Takeaway number 6 from the 10 days of these training camp practices for the Seahawks is just communication. Just once again at an all-time high. Guys a little bit more comfortable in year 2. Coaches more comfortable communicating with players. Pete Carroll had that old learn the learners. These guys are learning that you've got to talk in this system. Leonard Williams in cut number 16 on just how great the communication has been at the start of this camp. And what great communication looks like. All right, no, Leonard Williams. Cut is dead. All right, no communication. Morris,
I can fill in for Leonard Williams here and tell you what he's
time.
I'll tell you what he's talking about there. When we see the one-on-one pass rush drill, a lot of times it's those offensive linemen and those defensive linemen. Those guys are at each other's throats, man, and you barely ever get one of those sessions off without those guys kind of tangling together. And that happened the other day. And those guys are kind of barking at each other. And as much as they're at each other's throats, guess what's happening? Leonard Williams pulling an offensive lineman aside. I think it was Gray Zabel.
Yeah.
And just kind of going, like working with him afterwards and saying, hey, here, just kind of going over the rep and giving him some pointers. So, and I think Leonard Williams is really kind of one of those veteran guys. Yeah, kind of like DeMarcus Lawrence.
Doesn't it feel like there's as much of that or more of that than you have seen in your years covering them? like everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I see it with the Marcus Lawrence, too, and I see it with Leonard Williams, two veteran guys, and I'm sure other guys are doing it, but those are the two guys I've seen it with, and I just thought it was interesting in that period, as intense as that gets and as contentious as those guys can be in that part of practice. I thought it was interesting, Leonard Williams kind of putting all that aside and saying, hey, man, this is not about the offensive line versus defensive line. It's about, you're all wearing the same jersey trying to make each other better.
So there's 5. We'll give you 5 more, including Brady's number 1 at 9 o'clock. We'll get you to Jeff Passan here in about 20 minutes, but everything you need to know, and what a series win for your Seattle Mariners. Next, right here on Seattle Sports.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Well, you've heard me talk to you guys about First Mark Insurance now for a couple years. And on this Monday morning, if you wake up just frustrated with your finances and where things are going, questions, stress, confusion, especially when it comes to your insurance, then do what Molly and I did, and so many of my family and friends have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's free, it's so easy, and it brings just so much simplicity. They take the confusion and the stress out. Here's how they do it. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you, like they did for my parents, like so many of my friends. They analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. Think of it this way. First Mark's your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years, yes, 30 years, helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge, and as I said, it's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all there waiting for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, I think those two adjectives would be well played for the Mariners this weekend. Fun and professional. As they take apart the Texas Rangers, as they've done all season long to the Rangers, as they've done really for the last 3-4 years. One of my questions for Jeff. Been so dominant against Texas, especially at home. It took some work now. It wasn't easy. Thursday was easy in that 6-0 shutout, but every other game, 4-3 Friday night, fireworks from JP with his first career walk-off home run, extra inning affair, losing 11 on Saturday after Randy tied it up, and you thought maybe they're going to find a way to get it done. And then yesterday, a little hang-on to win 5-4, and Julio Rodriguez, and this blast, it was meaningful, it was historical, and it was really the difference in the 5-4 win over the Rangers.
DeGrom delivers. Swung on, blasted, center field. This is on its way. It is gone! Julio, number 100 in his career. A 2-run home run off Jacob DeGrom. Julio has gone 20-20. The first player in baseball history to go 20-20, his first 4 seasons. What a moment for Julio Rodriguez.
I kind of set the tone for some other damage that came, and as I said, the bullpen and Mooney holds on the defense, as you said, Brady, earlier, just exemplary. Julio running things down, JP clutch when it mattered the most. Fun and professional, very much sums up this huge series. Right, to this point in the season, there's a lot to go. 49, there will be bigger series in August and September. But to this point in the season, there was no bigger series. The swing in the standings, now a couple games up on Texas in the wild card, and just 2.5 back of a slumping Houston Astros program.
And how about the way, Brock, that they've really handled Texas this season? I think I read in Shane Lance's story in the Seattle Times, that's 10 of 13 from the Mariners this season. Also, fared pretty well against some of the best pitchers in baseball. 2 against Jacob DeGrom, 2 against your guy Skubal. Also beat Paul Skeens. Is that right? How about that? Just getting it done against some of the best pitchers in the game.
Second best record.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Get the football, you're saying. I get you. But let me just say, second best record in all of baseball against teams with a winning record. So I think that portends pretty good here down the stretch and speaks to some of their depth. What did you see at that mock game? Did you see an offense outperform the defense? Because Mike McDonald, Brady, said afterwards they were asked about the bottom line and the score, and I don't know if Coach McDonald was quite buying it.
Yeah, we have our own little way to score practice based on, it's a really nerdy way of doing it, actually, off of like expected points and based off of situations. So I think, was it the defense came out on top today? Was it the blue or the green?
It was the left side.
Oh, green ended up coming up top?
Yeah.
Okay.
31-20, yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the drawing board. I think all right, we'll see. Got to talk to Bryant on that one. It's close. That's good. It's good. It means both sides making plays. That's what we want.
You're a little D coordinator in there, don't you?
I hear a lot of D coordinator in there. Yeah, I hear a defensive-minded head coach who was really hoping that his side of the ball would come out on top.
What did you say, Canetta? You sure about that? You sure about that, Bobby?
And then he said, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board on how you formulate those, how you really keep score.
What did your eyes see? Did you see a good back and forth, though, between the offense and the defense both doing things?
Yeah, a little bit, but again, it wasn't like a scrimmage. You know, in the past under Pete Carroll, that was more of a scrimmage where you could sort of tell there was like, a clear winner. This was more of like kind of the practices, frankly, that we see out here every day at team headquarters where, you do kind of have a feel for what unit was better, but they're not really playing anything close to what an actual game would look like. I did see a couple good things from the offense. One guy, from the very get-go was Zach Charbonnet. And Zach Charbonnet was in there. Ken Walker was not. That's one thing we're going to get to in our takeaways coming up at the top of the next hour. But, yeah, Charbonnet was in there. There was some good stuff from the defense. I think Torrey Horton continues to make plays. Derek Young, we talk about Torrey Horton being kind of a standout young receiver. Derek Young had a fantastic week, and he capped it off with another touchdown catch. Unfortunately, that was also the play where safety A.J. Finley, a guy who ended last season on their 53-man roster, suffered a knee injury that sounds pretty serious. We didn't get final word because he hadn't undergone all the testing, but the word from Mike McDonald initially was that it did not look good.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And the last thing you need to know, maybe we'll do this tomorrow, Brady. Maybe we'll spin around the NFL because there's so many storylines, as you can imagine. With the Raiders coming to town this week, everybody in the league is starting to play preseason games. Big drama, big storylines in Pittsburgh and Miami and Tyreek Hill and Micah Parsons in Dallas. But I got my eyes. I don't know how close you are to your contemporary and peer down in L.A. that does your job with the Rams. But this Stafford story now, he has not been participating in training camp. He's seen a back specialist not once, not twice. This is a really renowned back specialist that is really known for back surgeries as much as anything else, innovative procedures and work there. So I got my eye down in L.A. on Mr. Stafford and that aging back.
That's right, and this has kind of been the story with Stafford the last few years. It never coming off the Super Bowl. What was it? It was some sort of arm issue, whether it was the elbow or whatever. And when you're my age, this is what happens. And when you take as much of a pounding as he's taken over, 15, 16-year NFL career, whatever it is, that starts to catch up with you. And for as good of a quarterback as he is, and this team has seen Matt Stafford at his best get absolutely hot and take over a game. You do have to wonder just about the longevity. And it really seems like the past few years, it really seems like they've gone into off seasons not totally sure where he was at in terms of how much longer he wanted to go. And now when you start to bring in some of these serious injuries, a back injury into play, it really makes you wonder how much longer he's going to play in the NFL.
You know what a twofer is, right? Twofer?
A twofer.
Yeah, it has a twofer. You know what a twofer is? I'm not
that?
talking about anything down south with teeth. I'm talking about a twofer.
What's a twofer?
A twofer is what he lived in Detroit. 2 for 1. 2 years for 1. He took like twice the beating in Detroit for so many years there on that hard turf behind that O-line with that organization. So while it may say like 15 years on paper, he had a bunch of twofers. So I think he's a little closer to 20 years overall. We'll see if Jeff Passan knows what a twofer. Actually, I'm not even going to ask him what a twofer is because we have so much baseball and so much Mariners and so much Astros and so much American League and so much pennant and so much World Series conversation to have with Jeff Passan, who joins Brady and I next right here on Seattle Sports.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
I know we talk about it year-round, but roofing season is certainly upon us. I know today's kind of cruddy out, but you know what makes it roofing season? Generally long, dry days. The roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown, and that's why they're cranking out projects all over our region. Riverside Roofing, of course, is leading the charge. They are in Marysville, but they serve the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work, earn my recommendation, and then industry awards too, like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, which is a status less than 1 or fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country can achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. Going to pop up as soon as you go to their website. And then during and after your roofing job, don't worry, your yard and driveway are going to be totally free of debris because of the catch-all system that they use. It's why Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust. Find them at riversideroofingllc.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu. Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it's been a lot of moving pieces for the last month and a half or so through June and July, but now we will settle in. Come Wednesday, I think buckle up. The Macho Quattro is going to be together for 4 straight months, but Salky's out today, Lyle's out today, Brady Henderson is sitting in Salk's spot. In fact, so many moving pieces that Jeff Passan has to join us on a Monday. Now, this isn't because you have any social media conflict resolution training tomorrow, is it, Jeff? I know how ESPN can work every once in a while.
Dude, that was really good. I was not expecting that. That was clever, Brock. Nicely done.
Well, when I got a host, I try to be a little more clever. So yeah, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. But I'm just curious if the 4 letters reached out to you and just said, hey, why don't you take it down a notch, Jeff? Why don't you just settle down? And in fact, why don't you come in and meet with us tomorrow? No, is that not why you had to move things around?
Honestly, not a word.
Okay.
I appreciate. I very much appreciate my boss's willingness to let me get a little loose sometime.
There you go.
And I need to. It's a very slippery slope, right?
Yes.
And I intentionally avoid doing it as frequently as I might otherwise, because then it would just kind of be a tired act.
Yeah.
But if occasionally, you gotta protect your corners.
That's right.
Yes. And Brock, Jeff can attest to this. Working at ESPN, they make us watch a bunch of these HR training videos about what to do if there's an emergency on Bristol campus, and we have to watch them even if we don't work at Bristol. But that is not one that we've had to do yet. Is how to avoid social media back and forth.
Flare-ups, yeah, it's all part of the job, all part of the game. What a weekend, man. What a weekend in Seattle. 41,000 on Friday night, Jeff. 37,000 on Saturday. Nearly 30,000 yesterday. I called it to this point. You could maybe argue the Detroit series after the Yankees sweep was a bigger series heading into the All-Star break, but to this point, with now 49.
No. This was by far the biggest series of the year. And that's where the Mariners and Mariners fans, and I'm sorry to cut off your question, Brock, but they can take solace in that. They can derive excitement from that, because this was what the Seattle Mariners envisioned, not just when they traded for Josh Naylor, not just when they traded for Geno Suarez and Caleb Ferguson. This was the sort of weekend that they envisioned from the beginning of this rebuild. And I don't know what the rest of the season is going to play out like. It is baseball, and so really weird things are capable of happening. But what Mariners fans were treated to this weekend, I thought, was a beautiful display of baseball, where they went up against a very good team in the Texas Rangers, a team that they're going to be fighting tooth and nail the rest of the way for a playoff spot, and not only won the series, but did so in really impressive fashion beating Jacob deGrom yesterday.
Yeah. Is that why you characterized them and gave them, as you put together an article this morning, the Joe Robuchon Award? And who exactly is Joe Robuchon?
Joel Robuchon is arguably the best chef in the world, Brock.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Yes.
That is yes. In fact, if you go and I made a reference to this, but the best mashed potatoes that you will ever eat are Robuchon potatoes. And I encourage you to find a copycat recipe. It seems like there's a little too much butter in them. I promise it's worth it. Okay. I promise. Sometimes you got to splurge, Brock.
So this is because they're cooking, and what they did at the deadline was as good as anybody in the league, if not better?
I had the A's having the best deadline, which is funny because all they got was an 18-year-old prospect, but he's going to be really, really, really good. And so, yeah, I would say of all the teams that bought, the Mariners were the best, yes.
And part of that, I think, Jeff, was the fact that they got what they got without having to give up as much as some people thought they might. How surprised were you that they were able to make those additions without giving up some of their top prospects?
You know, it was really interesting because the market for Eugenio Suarez did not materialize in quite as strong a fashion, I think, as I expected and as others expected. Maybe that was just a poor read by me, not understanding that, generally speaking, the guys who draw, and we saw this at this trade deadline, Brady, the guys who draw the most demand in a summer trading market tend to be relief pitchers. And the Mariners guys were right there on Joan Duran. In fact, at one point, I think it was the afternoon of the 30th, so day before the trade deadline, I thought the Mariners were getting Joan Duran. Like, I was waiting for some texts saying, Duran to the Mariners. Duran to the Mariners. And instead, I was greeted with a Ken Rosenthal tweet that said Duran to the Phillies. And that kind of threw me a little bit, not going to lie. Like, at the trade deadline, there are only so many things that you can follow at one time, and when you think you got something wired pretty good, sometimes you'll take the gas off it, and I did, and I got smoked on that one, and I thought the Mariners, like, well, what are they going to do? How are they going to recover from this? Because they were hoping to bulk up the back end of their bullpen with one of the best closers in baseball to be there in addition to Andres Munoz and Matt Brash and Gabe Spire and the rest of the crew. Suffice to say, they pivoted really well, and I think a lot of credit is due to Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander for the way that they handled this trade deadline, because they did so with urgency. Tyler Locklear is going to be a good big leaguer for a long time, I think. I don't know if he's ever going to be in the MVP hunt, but I think he's going to be a solid first baseman for the Diamondbacks for years to come. And to give him up for somebody who's going to be a free agent at the end of the season, I mean, that to me, it suggests that the Mariners are doing things that they have not done in the past, because they recognize that this window is open, and not only a playoff spot, but a pennant is there for the taking.
Yeah, we're going to get to Houston here in just a second. Just kind of curious, because we felt the same vibes, Jeff, that the Duran thing could happen and could happen the day before. Do you think ultimately it was them saying, I'd rather send him if it's even at all, let's get him out of the American League and send him to the National League, and we don't have to compete against him? Or what do you think happened in the 11th hour?
Philadelphia upped its offer, and the Mariners were not willing to match it. And we saw, in the days leading up to it, guys, you guys saw me report, the Twins want 2 top 100 prospects for both Joan Duran and Griffin Jacks. Yep. And I don't think the Mariners were quite there. And then the Phillies, who I'd been told earlier in the day were out on Duran, There was an offer where they could have sent Eduardo Tait to Pittsburgh for David Bednar. I figured Philadelphia was going to go the Bednar route or go somewhere else, but give Dave Dombrowski credit. When the man sees something he likes, he goes after it. And they upped the offer to Tait and McAble, and at that point, the deal was done, and the Mariners needed to turn to something else.
Jeff Passan joining us here on a Monday. He's got some training to take care of tomorrow, so he had to bump it up a day to join us here on a Monday. You're right, Jeff. We got to fight, like being prisoner of the moment and not, suggesting that just because you won an amazing series, take 3 of 4, that this now portends to things over the final 49. But I do feel like in all of our years of doing this, and the Mariners have been relevant. They've been in a playoff chase basically the last 5 years, right, that we have been doing this. I can't remember you joining us here in August with a team this deep. Pitching rotation with Bryce coming back. Lineup now stretching 1 through 9. Some bench players added to a little bit of the bullpen. Can you remember a Mariners team in our years of doing this being as deep as they sit here today?
No. In fact, that is exactly what I wrote today. And I'm trying to find it right now, but my internet's not working and my ability to navigate this isn't as good as I thought it would be. But I think the important point is they're almost at full strength right now too, right? Bryce Miller looked awesome in his last rehab start at Tacoma. Fastball was up to 98, and secondary stuff was good, was not throwing balls. I think it was 42 strikes on 52 pitches. Like, everything you want to see from Bryce Miller was there. And, I found it. This is what I wrote today. The New Look Mariners took 3 of 4 from the Rangers, with whom they entered their series tied over the weekend. Seattle was almost fully healthy, and with Bryce Miller carving in his rehab assignment with a fastball tickling 98 miles per hour and Victor Robles potentially back in September, the Mariners are 2 recalls away from having the scariest squad they've had since their resurgence started in 2021. I think that is an astute assessment by you, Brock, and I fully agree with it, because when you look at this team and compare it to the rest of the teams across the American League, I don't think anybody touches them when it comes to starting pitching. I think their lineup, if not as good as some others from April through July, stands at least right next to pretty much every other lineup in the American League right now, if not on top. Their bullpen has gotten better and is going to be deeper in the playoffs when, theoretically, they will be able to use Bryce Miller out of it. And it's just going to be a matter of getting there and playing clean baseball. I think if the Mariners can do that, they're as good of a team as there is in the American League.
Jeff, what's going on in Houston right now? They've got swept in Boston. They've lost 8 of their last 10. What do you think is going on with the Astros?
I think regression, Brady, is a real thing, and the Astros were winning baseball games with Victor Caratini batting in the 3-hole. And look, I think they did a nice job. They got Jesus Sanchez, they got Ramon Urias, and they added Carlos Correa back. They're going to be getting Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier off the injured list. So this is a team that's going to get better. I'm not going to look at the Astros right now and suggest that they are bound to falter. I will say this, though. The American League West is up for grabs, and if I'm picking a team right now to win it, I think it's going to come down to the last week, and I think the Mariners are in an excellent position to take that division and potentially, this is wild to think, but potentially a bye that comes with it. I mean, they have to go on a run here, but I don't think 2 seeds out of the question for the Mariners at this point.
Jeff, do matchups matter in baseball like they do in basketball, like they do in football? The Mariners, let me rattle, you know these numbers, but let me rattle them off for the audience. The Mariners are now 10-3 versus the Rangers in 2025. The Mariners are now 38-9. 38-9 versus the Rangers in Seattle since 2000. And overall, since 2021, the Mariners are 51-26 versus the Texas Rangers. Do matchups matter in baseball?
I thought you meant matchups like lefty, righty, and platoon type stuff.
Nope.
No, I don't take a whole lot out of like season series, and teams just change year over year so much, Brock, that I think that those can be misleading. But I will say this, you know, if you have players on the Rangers who have faced Logan Gilbert and Luis Castillo and Brian Wu a number of times, and they just haven't been able to, you know, George Kirby too, and Bryce Miller to that extent, and have not been able to hit them, I think there's something real to that. I think there's something legitimate there, and the place where sample becomes reliable tends to be larger than what you get in those player versus team matchups. So they're always a little bit iffy, but there are just some guys that teams hate facing. And if the Seattle Mariners pitching staff was in that group, I would not blame anybody for not wanting to face them.
I like those words, real and legitimate, because when you start to look at the numbers of baseball, right, you can really sink your teeth into it. That's a real number. That's a legitimate number. Julio Rodriguez, in the history of the game of baseball, joins Darryl Strawberry and Bobby Bonds as the only two players in their first 4 years to get to 100 home runs and 100 stolen bases. If there's one name that we have talked about over the last 4 years with you more than any other singular name for the Seattle Mariners, it is Julio Rodriguez. How do you put that kind of history into context?
I think it's just a reminder that for all of the frustration that Julio has caused and can cause the fan base, it's worth remembering that this guy has been consistently much better than the average center fielder. Now, because the expectations that accompanied him when he arrived, better than the average center fielder tends not to be the metric by which they want to measure things, right? Yep. You want to measure them. How does Julio compare to Bobby Witt Jr.? And how does Julio compare to Corbin Carroll? How does he compare to the contemporaries with whom he ascended to the big leagues? And at this point, he's not either of them, but that's okay. He plays excellent defense at the third most important position behind shortstop and catcher. He plays excellent defense in center field. He hits home runs. He steals bases. Does he have weaknesses? Yes. Can those weaknesses be overcome? Yes. Is he going to overcome them? To be determined. But in the meantime, I think focusing on the things he doesn't do well is wrong. I think looking at who Julio is right now and what he brings gives you a sense that, hey, this is a real player on a championship caliber team. And taking that for granted, I'm not going to use the word anymore because I don't do this. I learned my lesson, but I'm just going to say be appreciative of what you've got and not what you want.
Last couple of minutes here with Jeff Passan. I'm curious. And I'm not going to make you go down this chase of numbers because it would be a little bit arduous, but I'm just kind of curious your gut feeling that if you were to look at teams with 50 games to go in a season, which is where we find ourselves in the home stretch of this year, and right now the Mariners have the second best record in all of baseball against teams with winning records. And I'm just kind of curious, do you think that matters to kind of predict here down the stretch? And if you've done that in the first 110 games and you've played, and you've beaten DeGrom, and you've beaten Skubal twice, and you've beaten Skeens, and you've beaten, good teams, and you find yourself with the second best record against teams over 500 in all of baseball, does that portend anything?
Well, I think I take two things away from that. The first is, why are the Mariners not doing better against bad teams?
Yep.
Right? If you're beaten up on the Kings, then you shouldn't be losing to the Jesters. But that happens sometimes. So the thing that I do take away from it is, yes, that is a small sample that I buy, Brock. Mm-hmm. Because what is the baseball postseason if not a small sample? What is the baseball postseason if not indicative of your ability on any given day to go up against the best pitchers in the world and beat them? That, to me, suggests that the Mariners are capable of stepping up against capital D dudes. And that's something that I want to see out of my team, because if they went against Skubal and DeGrom and Skeens and were just throwing up 0 after 0, wouldn't we be sitting here and saying, this might be a problem, guys? No, it's not a problem. Now, come October, it could be different scenarios and different
weather.
Feelings.
Yes.
I mean, different everything. Like the playoffs are heavier. Do you have the shoulders to bear that burden?
It kind of feels like teams when you play franchise quarterbacks in the NFL. You can gather a bunch of wins. Seahawks did that last year against some rookies and some young. But when you play Stafford, when you play Mahomes, when you play Josh Allen, right? Isn't there probably something analogous to facing the top guns in baseball as well?
I think it's a perfect analogy, and I think you're spot on.
Okay, last thing here for you, man. Just it's good, man. It's just goodwill, right? Excitement, good vibes, as A. Eugenio loves to say. On top of everything that the big league club is doing, on top of everything they got done at the trade deadline, to see yesterday Durangelo and Colt Emerson in particular, their top prospect who's been on fire, now called up to Double-A Arkansas as well with Laz Montez and Arroyo. So just, I guess, to put a bow on this entire half-hour conversation about the Mariners, both on-field product at the major league level and what's to come and what's going on behind the scenes, how would you characterize it?
Life is good if you're a Seattle Mariners fan, Brock.
Life is good, Jeffrey Passan. Life is good. Thank you, my friend. Good luck tomorrow. Tell Doug Mikheyevich hello for me when you guys get together. And we'll look forward to doing this.
I would expect this from Salk. Has he infected you?
Yeah, I got to take on a little of his. I got to bring a little of that when he's out.
I may have prompted it a little bit.
Okay, first off, you need to stay out of this more. Second off, Brock, you are always just the most sincere and thoughtful guy, and the disease of the turd has taken you over, and I'm ashamed for all of you.
No, it's a little middle child.
Brady, it's great talking with you.
You as well, Jeff.
It's a little middle child instigator, and he likes to come out every once in a while. Jeffrey, have a great week, man. We'll look forward to doing it next Tuesday. You're right, man. Life is good right now as a Mariner and a Mariner fan for sure. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody but Maura Dooley.
There you go. There goes Jeffrey Passan. For the first time, by the way, Brady, for the first time, we're going to be on time. So we're going to give ourselves a chance to get through our final 5 takeaways. We'll react to some of what Jeff Passan said at 9:30. We'll give you everything you need to know. This show is flying by, and it flies by when you're having fun right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. wayscarford.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is grand salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third grand slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him. He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go!
is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you from the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, Brady, one more hour of power here, buddy. You got it in you?
Of course I do.
I appreciate you doing this, jumping in. The Seahawks have a morning practice after an off day yesterday. I would expect usually these practices, as you know, Brady, you've been kind of accustomed to the rhythm of training camp as well. You get an off day, and usually guys get back, and there's a little bit of juice. And sometimes, as we've seen even in camp, this is like, yeah, man, defense had their number. Yep, offense got after them. So boys will get after it today, tomorrow as well to the public, a morning practice on Wednesday, and then the Raiders come in on Thursday. But last hour, we went through the first 5 of our top 10 takeaways from the first 10 days of training camp. And now we'll get to the 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And Brady, I think you get to start with number 5.
Takeaways.
Yeah, Jalen Milroe, Brock, he may end up being a very good player in the NFL eventually. He may end up being a kind of a useful weapon for the Seahawks this season in terms of them getting him in there in certain packages that are designed to take advantage of his legs. But in terms of where he sits on the depth chart, look, he's not ready to compete with Drew Lock right now, let alone Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. And look, I'll give him credit because I think operationally, you know, when he's in there, to my eye, he seems like he can function in terms of getting everybody lined up, getting the play off, and not having it be a cluster you-know-what, which is not what you can say about every single rookie quarterback.
Sure.
It's just, I think when you look at the accuracy on a play-in, play-out basis, it's just not there. And you know, we talked about this, I think, right after rookie minicamp. Like, it doesn't seem to be like there's a major flaw in his mechanics, and I realize I'm out of my depth here when I start talking about quarterback mechanics to a quarterback, but the delivery looks fine to my untrained eye. It's just the accuracy isn't always there, and you'll see him make a good throw, and then you'll see him, you know, throw a ball at a guy's feet or miss a guy wide. And I just think, you know, I don't know where he's at in terms of grasp of the playbook. It's impossible for me to say. What I can tell you from watching him every day is that there is a ways to go in terms of the accuracy.
You want a little nerdy football QB fundamental accuracy thing?
Please.
And delivery thing? So there's a difference between throwing with a C. So if you take your hand right now, right, you got a strong wrist, and you kind of form your hand, your thumb, and your fingers into a C, right? That's a lot of the times you'll see the grip of guys. Now, you can have different deliveries with that C. Some are a little more over the top, some are three-quarter, but that C is a pretty profound, fundamental thing through and through. If you want to throw it accurately, if you want to have great feel, you want to throw it on time. Now, if you tilt your wrist and you tilt your hand underneath you, you get to a U. That C can become a U, and the U is a problem. There are not many quarterbacks that can throw with any consistency when you're like you underneath the ball. You want to be always on top of the ball. Even if you're three-quarters, if you're in that C grip, you're on top of the ball. If you're a U grip and you're underneath it, well, that thing starts to float. That thing gets away from you. And I think that is one of the little fundamental things that my eye saw just at that practice between being a C thrower consistently and making sure you avoid being underneath the football. I like that one. Number 4.
That's really, now when I can say that, I'm
sorry, no, we got to be on time. That's got to be on time.
All right, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
Yes. I'll tell you what, man. And I know that G. Scott spent some time on Friday with this at 8:30 with Salky. When Nicky Manwari came over to the sidelines and he rolled nearly into G. Scott's legs, and he did so with such speed and force, G looked at us, and I looked at him, and I'm like, that's Cam Chancellor vibes right there now. I mean, he's not built like Cam. I saw the video of him and Cam meeting each other and talking and hanging out at the mock game on Saturday. Cam's got shoulders like a Greek goddess. I mean, his upper body is just, well, it was the envy of you and me and everybody when he was in just peak performance. He's not that broad, but his legs are bigger than Cam's. his frame in a football uniform, that's 6'3", 220. And I asked some people around there, what's he carrying? He's carrying over 220 right now. And he moves, and he's faster. He is even faster than Cam was. So when that mass starts to move with that kind of speed, you create a force that's pretty scary to play against. So Nick Emanwari from all these rookies, I'll get to Horton in just a second, and Gray Zabel's done his thing, and he's starting. But as far as just vibes, as far as impression that he's making, Nick Emanwari is showing up here the first couple weeks of camp, Brady.
He is. He's making plays. I think he had 3 interceptions last week. One of them was a diving interception. He also had a nice pick in I think it was a one-on-one situation with Elijah Arroyo deep down the field where
saw that.
Those guys both go up for it. Total 50-50 situation. It kind of, bounces off one of them, and Emanwari comes down with it. So, look, it's one thing to kind of have all the tools and to talk about a guy's potential. It's another thing to actually start doing it in practice, and this last week especially, he's really done that.
And that's what Julian Love said to us when we asked him specifically, cut number 18, about Nick Emanwari. You don't hear veterans love to praise rookies, but when those gifts come to life, this is what veterans like Julian Love have to say. Got 18.
Sorry, you took a minute to get to that one. There was something wrong with the Horton cut, so I started working on that. And all right. I was sitting here ready with that Emanwari cut. You guys are not fast on this.
Cut 18. Cut
yes,
18.
Nick is incredibly athletic. He plays well in space. He's lanky. He's going to play a much different role than what Cam did for the Seahawks. And so I would definitely steer away from those. But this kid's special. I mean, his ability to run, turn, jump, and and dip and extend and change of direction is unlike anybody out there I've ever seen at the position. And so I don't know what lane, what bucket he would fit into, because he is so different. I've never seen it before.
You don't hear that much from vets, Brady. And a lot of praise for Nick Emanwari. Going to be fun to see these next 3 weeks with him as well. Okay, Moore's right. We got to go. Cut number 3. Here we go. Number 3.
Takeaways.
Yeah, I really am fascinated to see what the backfield workload looks like, because the more I watch both of these guys, the more I listen to coaches talk about Zach Charbonnet, the more I start to think that this is not going to be your typical starter backup where it's clear-cut roles, where Ken Walker gets, 75% of the touches, and then Zach Charbonnet comes in and gets the other 25. I think it's going to be a lot closer to 50-50 than that. And part of that, that might just happen on its own because Ken Walker's injury history is what it is. He missed the 6 games last year. He was slowed in the spring with, I think, the ankle injury. And now, we heard from Mike McDonald that he was out the last couple days with, I think, some foot soreness. But Charbonnet is the other end of that. And we heard Clint Kubiak on with Bump and Stacy the other day talking about just his mental approach. We also heard in Cut 19, Maura, Mike McDonald talk about how Zach Charbonnet is everything you want in a football player. And just the more I hear Seahawks coaches talk about him, the more that gives me the idea that they are so high on him and everything he brings to the table that he is really going to factor in a lot this season. Here was Mike McDonald Saturday on Zach Charbonnet.
He's just a stud. I mean, he's just everything you want in a person and a football player. That's him. I mean, he's just does it every day. Same person, great spirit, strong as an ox, does everything right. I mean, you just go. What do you want from a football player, Zach Charbonnet?
Oof. He is McDonald's kind of guy. There's no question about it. And K9 better find a way to get himself on the field, or Charbonnet may start week number 1. Okay, number 2, number 1, down to our final 2 takeaways of camp. So far, first 10 days.
Takeaways.
And I love this cut. I'm going to get to it right away, Maura. Cut number 22, Mike McDonald on Torrey Horton. To me, he's been the rookie outside of Emanwari with the biggest names and getting it done. Here was Mike on that rookie receiver.
I'm seeing the same thing you guys are. Seems like, a wise man, Steve Smith Sr. once said, rookies need to make a play a day to kind of make a name for themselves. And he's doing that. He's making multiple plays every day. So it's great for the Seahawks, great for him, great competition in the receiver room. So we're 2 weeks in, but let's keep it rolling.
Torrey Horton was considered a top 50 player, Daniel Jeremiah said to us in the spring, had he not been injured. And top 50 players don't like to fall to the fifth round. They lose a lot of money. But he is playing like a top 50 player. And he could not have gone, frankly, to a better situation. There's not a Torrey Horton on this roster. Cooper Kupp and JSN, they're not like him. MVS maybe a little bit, but not like him. He's got a massive opportunity. He's jumping into it, Brady, and he's making the most of it. And that gets us to takeaway number one.
Takeaway number one. That's right. I think the thing that you've really got to...
Takeaways.
There we go. It's all about timing. My timing was off there. Sam Darnold's timing needs to be really good in order for this offense to work. And, you know, we talked, I think, in the spring, you know, after Sam Darnold threw a couple interceptions in practice and a lot of attention was paid to that. I think the bigger takeaway for me with Darnold was a lot of plays seem to die with the quarterback holding on to the ball. Now, he has gotten a lot better about that. I think he's done a much better job of playing on time. And they have this saying, I think he told us after the first practice at training camp, that one of his focuses, and for him and the other quarterbacks, is listen to your feet. And what that means is he sort of gave an example of if you're on a 7-step drop and your first read isn't there, well, you know, you don't really have time. You hit that back foot, and if you hitch once, well, that route that you were going to throw to, if he's not open, you're probably not going to be throwing that route. Now, you got to listen to your feet, and I think it's just a way of them trying to explain to those guys, you have to play on time. You can't hold on to the ball in the pocket. That really has kind of been one of Sam Darnold's issues over his career. If you look at, certainly the way that last season ended in that, playoff loss where he took 9 sacks, I think that was a problem there. But really just throughout his career, he's had one of the longer average times before throws of any quarterback in the NFL. He's not, he's not a Tom Brady. I mean, no one's Tom Brady, but he's not Tom Brady sitting back there and the ball is coming out in, a second and a half. It's never really been his game, but that's something that's really has to be a focus of his, and it sounds like it is. They have the saying, listen to your feet. That's all about your feet are going to tell you when the ball has to come out.
Love that. I love that. A bunch of that we'll come back to. And apologize, we're a little cramped here in this opening segment before we get to everything you need to know, but plenty of time in the final segment, Brady, to dial into that because I love that. And I know you've got some thoughts on Torrey Horton as well because your eyes, like everybody's eyes, have seen him be a difference maker. A lot of difference makers over the weekend. JP, Cole Young, the pitching staff, the bullpen closing it down. So many difference makers for what Jeff Passan said was no question the biggest series win of the season. That and so much more and everything you need to know next.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Brady, it's one thing to play baseball series in April and May. I've never run a marathon, but I'm sure those that have look at it, and it's a similar thing. Like, first couple miles, whatever. Midway point, whatever. But you get down to the final, we're in the final 49 games now, certainly the final third of the season, final third of that marathon, and each of these stretches becomes that much bigger. And then when you're playing somebody that you are right there in the wild card chase with somebody in your division who equally made moves at the trade deadline. These become even higher magnitude. Jeff Passan did not mince words, said very specifically this was the biggest series win of the Mariners season to this point. What it did in the standings, what it did closing the gap with Houston, now 2.5 behind them. And a little history said as well. Julio, with this blast, he joins some pretty darn rarefied air.
DeGrom delivers. Swung on, blasted, center field. This is on its way. It is gone! Julio, number 100 in his career. A 2-run home run off Jacob DeGrom. Julio has gone 2020. The first player in baseball history to go 2020, his first 4 seasons. What a moment for Julio Rodriguez.
All right, Brady, got a random question for you.
Okay.
Julio, I mean, what Cal's doing this year, obviously historic and on pace to do things never done before. Unbelievable as a catcher. But Julio just has a flair, a charisma, a size, a speed, a talent that it just drips. Like it's the most talented player with Ken Griffey Jr. that just physically my eyes have seen. Most talented football player in all your years of covering the Seahawks for you was whom?
The most talented football.
Flat out physically, the most physically gifted, most talented player. It's hard,
It might
right?
have been Percy Harvin.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
It might have been Percy Harvin.
Yeah.
I mean, just, and you know, it's hard to compare like Percy Harvin to Marshawn Lynch because they're both very physically gifted and doing it in very different ways. But just in terms of like pure athleticism and acceleration, I've just never seen a guy accelerate like in up close in person.
Gosh.
Like I saw Percy Harvin.
That's a great answer.
He might be it.
Great answer. And to watch Julio run plays down all weekend long. The Mariners take 3 of 4 from Texas. They closed the gap to 2.5 to Houston. They now lead Texas by 2, but just right there now on the heels of the Yankees, right there on the heels of everybody the best record in the American League. 5 back with 49 to go. Is that unrealistic? I don't know. But, man, as Jeff Passan said, good times. Good times. Great times to be a Mariner fan.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, as the Mariners were doing that, taking 3 of 4, Seahawks got their, they didn't call it a mock game, right? They called it their kind of scrimmage at Brady's
annual practice. Yeah,
annual practice. And to Mike McDonald, heck, he didn't even know who won the day. He had to be told that it was actually the offense that won 31-28. Anything gigantic stand out? I know the injury to Finley, that looks like they're going to lose him for the year. Anything else real notes and newsworthy out of that practice Saturday at CenturyLink?
Yeah, one other thing, Brock, is we didn't really see a whole lot of Christian Haynes. I mean, he went through warm-ups. He was in uniform, I thought, in warm-ups, and then didn't really do a whole lot in the game. And I asked McDonald afterwards, and it sounds like he's dealing with, I think he said it was a whatever. Yeah, a little bit of a pec injury, and it didn't sound serious. But keep in mind, kind of where Christian Haynes is at right now. He's been battling at right guard, and I think this is a pretty ill-timed injury when you consider that, look, Anthony Bradford has clearly been in the lead at that battle, to my eye. And then Jalen Sundell has also kind of been working his way and forcing his way into that mix. And it sounds like they have been kind of getting closer to making a decision there. You know, Mike McDonald did say a couple times that they may want to go through the start of the preseason, but I would guess that they would make that decision after that first preseason game. And so it's a very critical time for Christian Haynes. You don't want to be suffering an injury when you're already, you know, seems like not winning a battle that is about to be decided. And so we'll see if he's back at practice today, and we'll get an update on Mike McDonald from on AJ Finley, who unfortunately suffered what sounded to be and looked to be a pretty serious knee injury Saturday.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We'll spin around the NFL in a little more depth at some point tomorrow with Brady Henderson. Ian, one more day for Salky, and then he'll be back on Wednesday. But a lot of NFL stories, as you can imagine, with training camp just in full go mode. Preseason games galore really kicking off this week with the Raiders coming in on Thursday. But Micah Parsons not happy in Dallas. Aaron Rodgers singing Kumbaya with Mike Tomlin. DK Metcalf and Jalen Ramsey continue to go at it. And our boy Matthew Stafford down there in L.A. You're right, Brady. Every year it's felt like, I wonder if they're going to go with it again. And I think it was this offseason, right? He turned down a trade to the Giants to stay with L.A. I think they know that body's a little bit of a ticking time bomb, and yet to participate in training camp and seeing a back specialist for the second time. I think all eyes will be on L.A. and Mr. Stafford and what's to come over the weeks ahead, because that would be pretty groundbreaking stuff in the NFC West. Hey, Brady, let's do this. We got kind of a potpourri of topics. I know there's a few of those takeaways you wanted to nibble on a little bit more. I've got more numbers and stats and sounds from the weekend. Just an incredible weekend at T-Mobile. It was alive. It was electric. Jeff Passan, I don't think he's ever said more glowing things about the urgency and the delivery of these Seattle Mariners. So we'll wrap up an exciting Monday with all of that and so much more. It's Brock and Salk. Brady in for Salky right here on Seattle Sports.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. That he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big. But I'm talking about bombs, throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com for more.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh
two-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What's your middle name, Brady?
Thomas.
Brady Thomas Henderson. Born in Seattle? Born in the Northwest?
Yeah. Born in Seattle. What, you want me to just give my whole birth certificate out on the radio, or what?
No,
social security number too?
No, don't need
home
any
address,
of that.
mother's maiden name. What else?
No, don't need any of that. Brady Thomas Henderson, born in the Pacific Northwest, been an O'Day grad, right? A Husky grad, been around.
I didn't. You keep giving me UW. I did not go to UW. I went to Western Washington.
I'm giving you UW. Okay.
Okay.
It's the other UW. Western Washington.
How lucky are you?
University of Washington. I'm giving you both. Brady, you've been around this market your entire life. You've worked in it for the last couple decades. How many years now on the Seahawks beat doing this?
For ESPN, I started in 2017.
Okay, so 8 years of doing this. How many years with us in our building before that?
Gosh, I started in 2010.
Okay, so another 7 years before that. So
Yeah.
that's 15 plus years doing media work and being around the Seahawks an awful lot, but being in our building for a bunch of those and being around, the Seattle Mariners, and as you referenced, the Kingdom growing up, and obviously A-Rod and Griffey and Edgar and then Ichiro and all of this stuff in a very special 2001. I am not about ready to compare this team to the 2001 team. That would be wholly unfair. That was a 116-win team that was just dominant from beginning to end. This team has been wildly consistent. Heck, even these 4 games. Thursday, good as you could possibly play. Friday, takes a walk-off by JP in the bottom of the ninth. Saturday, you come back, you tie it up. You think you're going to win in extras, you don't. Yesterday, a little bit of hang-on. 3 big blasts, so get it done. But as Jeff Passan said, Brady, golly, I don't remember a time, and I think Jeff's been with Salk and I the last 6-7 years. I don't remember a time where I have felt, I don't want to say it's good, because I think there have been many moments of goodness, but I don't know if there is a time that I have felt as substantial. Like the Mariners right now, at every level of alignment in the organization, of commitment and urgency in the organization, of what's going on in the farm, and then just where they find themselves here with 49 games to go. I don't know if I've ever felt them, certainly over the last, since the rebuild, I have just never felt them as substantial as I feel right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I wonder how much that kind of plays into the way that they approach the deadline. And you use the word urgency. I think, Jeff, if he didn't use that word, he was basically saying the same thing about, urgency, about, you didn't, they didn't have to give up some of their top guys in those trades that they made, but, they did give up Tyler Locklear for a guy who was only going to be he was going to be a free agent for what could just be a half-season rental.
Right.
So how much do you think those two things go hand in hand as, hey, realizing that the iron is hot and you're striking right now?
And then having the powder to do so, a term that Salk always likes to talk about. The Seahawks have a lot of powder right now. They can do whatever they want to do to sign guys. They got a lot of cap space, more than they usually do, sitting here in early August. The Mariners, because of their farm system, because of this rebuild, because of the process, just had, I think a lot of powder to go get this done. Julio Rodriguez, cut number 11, was asked what it means. It's one thing to ask Jeff Passan about Naylor and Suarez. It's one thing for you and I and fans to talk about it. But how about in-house? This was pretty cool from Julio, talking about what it means to add with Suarez and all these additions at the deadline.
I mean, it's awesome. I feel like when you go from Randy leading off to all the way down to Cole Young at the bottom, I feel like it's a very dangerous team. I feel like we're full of a bunch of guys that they can compete, that can do a lot of damage, that can get on base. Very diverse team, and there's really not a hole in our lineup.
No, and
it feels sustainable now, right?
There you go.
Earlier in the season, there was a stretch there where they couldn't lose. You just knew if they got, in it late in the game, or if they were even close to in it late in the game, you felt like they were going to win. But it didn't feel, you were like, Polanco is not going to stay this hot. Like there's something, the other shoe is going to drop. But this doesn't feel like that.
No, and I think these 4 games more point to that in many ways. If I would have told you before this series started with Texas, and it was a huge, huge series, not to you just can't undersell it. It was a big series. I mean, Rangers were and are, frankly, right on your heels. You're only still 2 games up on them as it stands. But, you could have been 2 games back of them if this series doesn't go the right way. And if I had told you before the series began that with runners in scoring position, you'd hit $172 again with no damage. You'd be 5 of 29, something that really hampered them on their road trip to the Angels and to the A's. If I told you that Cal Raleigh, Gino Suarez, and Naylor were going to be a combined 7 for 48 with 19 Ks in them, those 3 run producers, 1 of 11 with runners in scoring position. And on top of it, your starters would only average 5 1/3. You'd say, ooh, this is not going to be good. Hopefully you split. More than likely with that production, you lose 3 of 4. But instead, because they are more substantial, because, as Julio said, this lineup is deeper, it is more sustainable. You're not just counting on 1 or 2 guys. Cole Young can deliver. Julio Rodriguez can deliver. Randy Arozarena can deliver. J.P. Crawford, with his best series of the season, could deliver in the biggest moments of this series. And then you just kind of scramble through the back end of your bullpen, who's really delivered all season long. And here we are, Brady, 2.5 back of Houston, 5 back of Detroit and Toronto, even for the top seed in the entire American League. You've put yourself right back in the hunt.
That's right, and 2 teams going in opposite directions right now. I mean, the Mariners, we saw what they did over the weekend. We also saw Houston get swept by the Red Sox, and they've lost, 8 of the last 10. And as Jeff Passan was telling us, even when they were winning games, it was a little bit of kind of seemed like a house of cards, just with some of the lineup issues that they've had. And so still chasing Houston in the AL West standings, but you do sort of feel good about kind of where their ability to track them down, just given kind of the directions each team is going right now.
We're going to shift some gears to some football, something you loved from Clint Kubiak. I'm going to ask you a little stock up, stock down as well over these first couple weeks of training camp and where we find ourselves with some different individuals. But, I would just say this kind of lastly about the Mariners too, and I said this to start the show, Brady, like back in the day, in those Kingdom days, you had Hall of Famers, you had superstars, you had stars that fans kind of gravitate to. And with what Cal Raleigh is doing, with what Julio Rodriguez is doing, with what some of your young pitchers have really done over the last couple years, and now in Logan and certainly George getting back to form, what they are doing, and then you throw in an Eugenio Suarez, who I don't know if you saw it, was at the Sounders game last night, gets a standing ovation. He loves Seattle. Seattle loves him. It feels like you've kind of got a level of some breadth and depth of star power that you equally have not had in some time. So can't say it any better than Jeff Passan did, and that is, man, what a great time to be a Mariners fan, and what an unbelievable 49-game journey we're all going to get to plug into over the last month and a half of this season. So that's the Mariners on one end of it, just phenomenal. And on the other side of it, the Seahawks are right in the midst of training camp. Put a pretty, I mean, for NFL standards, Brady, wouldn't you say last week was about as grueling as the rules allow for padded practices and everything else?
Yeah, I believe they are not allowed to go more than 3 straight days in pads, and so you saw them kind of take a break of those 6 practices. I think there was one in the middle there where it was just a walkthrough where they're out there in just bucket hats and T-shirts and whatnot. But aside from that, yeah, these were physical practices. They put the pads on Monday, and they were in pads, including that scrimmage on Saturday, that practice at Lumen Field on Saturday. They were in pads, hitting each other a whole bunch, and so this is where teams are formed right now, and it really gets real once the pads come on. That first week those first few days are sort of that ramp up period. Well, they are ramped up, and it's fun to be out here to watch them.
Yeah, an off day yesterday more than likely means pads today, and then just Thursday night, man, they'll get to kick it off. Mike did slip in, Coach McDonald, the fact that you're not going to see starters and veteran guys Thursday, but you're going to see a whole bunch of competition. Let's do this. I know you want to get to some awesome Kubiak sound from Bump and Stacy on Friday, and that will probably lead, I'm going to guess, to one of your stock-up guys. I'll throw a little curveball at us here down the final 10, 15 minutes of the show. Over this stretch of days, we gave all of our big takeaways. If you were to go stock up on a few different individual players, just on the work that they have done, who would be a few that catch your eye? I've written a few down for myself, but who would be a few for Brady Henderson on a little stock up here a couple weeks into training camp?
That curveball, is that with the C? Do you throw that with the C like
That's
you do the football?
Yeah,
then
with
you
the
just
C, not a U.
Yeah,
that is
not
with
a U.
that
Yeah,
C.
it's all about the C.
Yes, that's exactly.
That's how you get that 12-6 action there. Stock up. First guy for me is Zach Charbonnet, and we talked about this in the takeaways about how I really think that this is going to be a lot closer to kind of an even split than some people might assume. I mean, Ken Walker has been the lead guy, but between the fact that there's still this ongoing question about his availability, and every time Seahawks people in this building talk about Zach Charbonnet, they rave about him, and they talk about the professionalism, and they talk about the intelligence. And I thought it was interesting, in sort of in the context of the fact that Ken Walker was sidelined the last couple of days with foot soreness, after being sidelined a little bit during the spring with the ankle injury, after again missing the 6 games last year, in sort of with that in the back of your mind, I thought it was interesting, Maura, to hear Clint Kubiak on with Bump and Stacy, the answer he gave when he was asked about by Stacy, what makes an elite running back?
Number one is intelligence. Number 2 is longevity, or just availability. Guys that are available for the whole game. The best backs that I've been around are super smart. The guys that can, we give them difficult game plans and they can go out and make adjustments. And then we got, our top 2 guys are doing some really good things. But, Charbonnet, the way that his mental approach to the game is extremely impressive. He does not flinch. If he ever has a question, you didn't coach it good enough, because he's that on it. So really been impressed with him.
He mentioned Charbonnet by name. He didn't mention Ken Walker by name. And look, and this is not to slight Ken Walker, because, one thing he told us about the other day was about how he really changed up his kind of his routine over the offseason. I think his dad sort of convinced him to, hey man, you gotta eat better. You gotta be more mindful about your sleep routine. And it sounds like, and I can identify this, but he was a bit of a night owl. He talked about how he used to stay up well past midnight, and now he's in bed by 10:30. So really prioritizing his sleep, which he said he can feel a difference in his legs. So I think that should help Ken Walker kind of, just now that he's paying more attention to kind of being a pro.
Okay,
back against
the wall, Brady.
Yeah,
back against
that's
the
right.
wall. Crystal ball right now. starter for versus San Francisco and whatever it is, 3+ weeks?
I think the starter on paper, like the guy who comes out and takes the first carry, I think it still could be Ken Walker. But again, I think even if both those guys are healthy, I think you're going to see much more of an even workload than you just might assume.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, the lack of durability here, even in camp, in the first couple weeks of camp with Ken, is just going to leave them to that. Like, there's just no way. And he's in a contract year. You know that he's incentivized in enormous ways to have a 1,000-yard season and take that next step. But I think I'm right there with you. This is much more of a 1A than even a 1B, 1B, right? I mean, they're going to be, I think, shoulder to shoulder. And the Terminator is just one that, he is relentless. So I'll co-sign right there with you on Charbonnet. You'd have to say Torrey Horton, right? The first 10 days of camp. Is there any single individual with maybe more? I mean, the guy did not really participate much in OTAs. Coming off the devastating injury a year ago, he saw his stock slide in the draft. He saw him fall all the way to the 5th round. And through the first couple weeks of camp, not surprisingly, usually receivers pop, especially in shorts and helmets. But when the pads have come on, Brady, he has made some of the most game-changing body control, contested catches as anybody on the field, has he not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Friday, he looked like, that was one of the best individual practices I've seen anybody have out here. I think it was Friday when he had 4 really nice catches. I mean, adjusting his body midair, plucking the ball out of the air, a sideline toe tapper in a one-on-one. He uses a double move and uses that speed for a pretty decisive win. And then I didn't actually see this one live. I ended up seeing it on the kind of replay that the Seahawks tweeted out. Like it was such a nice catch that they highlight a couple plays every day. And it was this kind of leaping, catch where he kind of went over a guy's back and made a tough catch in the back of the end zone. So, every year, like every preseason, you see guys flash and it's not sustainable because it's guys doing it in the final quarter of a preseason game against third stringers. I think you might see Torrey Horton flash, but I'm here to tell you that he's not going to be one of those just kind of preseason darlings. Like he is going to be a player for them. And look, I've seen Torrey Horton make way more plays this training camp than Marquez Valdez-Scantling has. And albeit, that's mostly with the second team and, mostly against second and third team guys. So it's not quite apples to apples, but they signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling to be the deep threat, to be that kind of stretch the field guy that DK Metcalf was. And I think he's going to be on this team because they guaranteed, I think, $3 million of the $4 million they're giving him on that 1-year deal. I think it would be hard to move on from him. But I'll tell you what, I've seen a lot more from Torrey Horton than I have from Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And Torrey Horton, by the way, remember, Brock, he ran a 4.41 at the scouting combine not very long after suffering that season-ending leg injury. So you have to figure that he was nowhere near 100% when he ran that 4.41. So that 4.41 that he ran with whatever injury or whatever ill effects he was still dealing with, you got to imagine that at full strength, that 4.41 is probably somewhere in the high 3.9s. And you can start to kind of feel some of that speed. And we'll see what kind of potential he has to be that stretch the field, take the top off the defense kind of guy.
And just to clarify for the audience, that would be the high 4.39s, not 3.940, right?
Did I say 3.9? Yeah. He did not run a 3.940.
Yeah, people could be confused. I could see people quoting, Brady Henderson on Twitter right now. Brady just said Torrey Horton runs a 3.940. So I just want to clarify.
Never been done before. What I meant. Yeah, you know what I meant. So.
I know what you meant. I just wanted to help clarify.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You were a 3.9 guy.
I was a 5.39. Right? I was a high 5.39 kind of guy, not a 4.39 kind of guy. You hate to do this, but it is the reality. It's the brutal nature of this game and the NFL and the business of it. There's going to be stock up. There's going to be stock down. I'd say Christian Haynes, unfortunately. This is a big camp for him. I know he's really young. He's still just a second-year player, third-round pick a season ago. They've tried to play him at center. That's not been a natural thing. The snaps have been problematic. Now he's a little banged up with a pec injury. While the offseason he looked good, looked like he was shaping the body up better. if just stock up, stock down, if you wanted Christian Haynes to overtake and win that right guard spot and make a statement, that statement's not been made here the first couple weeks of camp.
Yeah. And look, part of that, too, is that Anthony Bradford, I think he really sort of got the message and realized that it's go time for him. And, I noticed it, and Mike McDonald said it, too, and I think Ray Roberts sounds like he mentioned it as well, that he seems to be in better shape. And you got to figure that part of that is, he's now in a scheme that's going to require him to be a lot more nimble, because as powerful of a guy as he is, this is a blocking scheme that really requires those offensive linemen to get out in space. Yep. Yeah, and so Anthony Bradford, he has seemed to me to be well in the lead of that battle. And you mentioned Christian Haynes working a little bit at center. I don't think that was ever with an eye towards him legitimately being in the mix to start at center. I think what that was I think they realized that Jalen Sundell might be one of their best 5 offensive linemen. And if Jalen Sundell ends up beating out Anthony Bradford for that job at right guard, well, all of a sudden you've got Oluwatimi playing center. You've got Jalen Sundell, who was your backup center, playing right guard. Well, now all of a sudden you got to have somebody else active on game day who can step in and play center. And I think that's why they were giving Christian Haynes some snaps at center, not because he was really any sort of viable option to start.
I'll give you one more little stock up, and again, it was just it was what Salk calls blink scouting, right? It was just a couple plays. There's just a couple plays of third downs. That Thursday where they were in full pads, where it was hyper competitive, where it's offense, defense. Everybody knows how critical that situation, that money down is. And DeMarcus Lawrence just came out on just consecutive plays and introduced himself to Abe Lucas and was like, okay. And even Abe told us, like, yeah, this is a grown man. DeMarcus Lawrence, if he can turn back time and be, a guy that plays 55 to 65% of the snaps, Brady, and plays them like he's played them the first couple weeks of camp, you're looking at a significant difference maker on the edge. Significant difference maker.
Yeah, he's a rugged guy, just a rugged edge defender that they didn't really have last season. And Draymond Jones, who did some nice things for them, but was just not the physical presence that DeMarcus Lawrence is. And I think Mike McDonald paid him a pretty cool compliment when he said that DeMarcus Lawrence is kind of like Derek Hall's size, right? Like 6'3", 6'4", 250 something,
260. Yeah.
Yeah, and he talked about how when you watch him on film, he looks like a giant because of the way that he moves and the power that he plays with. And so, he's 33 years old, coming off a kind of injury-marred season, so you do have to wonder about the durability. But he's been out there. I think he's got a couple vet days, which should not be surprising for a guy this long into his career. But they need him to be a big-time player for them. Again, we talked about it earlier about how they need another edge guy, just because right now you've got DeMarcus Lawrence, you got Boye Mafe, you got Derek Hall. You don't know when you're going to get Uchenna Nwosu back, and so they need some help there. But for now, I think they've got what should be an upgrade from what they had last year. By the way, I just got to clarify something. You say blink scouting, so that came about when DJ was on your show, right? And he dropped that term. Are you sure he didn't say blimp scouting? Because when I heard it, I thought he said blimp scouting, which in the context of what he was talking about made a lot more sense.
Just a blink of an eye. Just a blink.
I mean, whichever one it is, if it's in reference to Salk, like you're actually not doing it right, because you explained, I only saw a couple of plays. We'll see what Salk would just be like. I saw DeMarcus Lawrence do 2 plays, and he's the best player that's ever lived.
Best player ever.
I saw Bo Nix play one time in college. He's horrible. He's trash. He's never going to make it.
And you know what he does too, right? And I guess we can rip on Salk because he's not here in the final minute of the show. And Steph, you could start to play the music if you want. You know what he does too, Brady? You're out there quite a bit with him. He folds his arm and he just gets like this boy howdy, cocksure of himself. Like, I'm terrible. He's terrible.
This guy can't play.
Oh, he can't play. Me can't play. He can't throw. Can't do anything. This guy can't do anything. So it's that instantaneous. I'm going to still call it blink scouting. Brady, thank you so much for filling in and jumping aboard today. You're down there at the VMAC. You're going to walk right outside those doors for I'd imagine a couple hours of pretty competitive practice that I can't wait to hear all about as you join us tomorrow. If you missed any of Jeff Passan, go back to our podcast. Everything is there every single day. He was awesome, and holy smokes, does he believe in these Seattle Mariners in some pretty darn significant ways. The Mariners, they get a night off after 17 battles in 17 days. They will get a well-deserved night of rest. We won't. We will be right back at it tomorrow. We'll spin around the NFL. Whole bunch of Seahawks notes, all sorts of fun. For Maura Dooley, for Steph on the board, for Brady Henderson, for this Monday, Mr. Henderson, the hay.
In the barn.
In the barn. See ya.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I'll start with the biggest storyline. I mean, it's Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Sam. When you get into training camp, this is when you really make this thing yours. And I compared it to like religion. Like, you just got to have faith, dog. Like, that's the only way. You can feel it sometimes, depending on what you believe in. You can see it sometimes, but you don't really know. You got to have faith.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
The sign-ups, the scheduling. At least haircuts are easy at Great Clips. It's true. With the Great Clips app, I checked him in before we left home, so we were in and out in no time. I got a great haircut, and Mom got to check something off the to-do list. She really loves that. Back to school can be a lot, but haircuts are easy at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue. Or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took 3 of 4 from the Rangers, getting a win in their series finale Sunday. Even better news, the Astros were swept by the Red Sox and now head into a series against a Marlin team that just swept the Yankees. The Mariners have an off day today, a much needed one, so check out Extra Innings coming your way at 7 p.m. hosted by Curtis Rogers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.